Record in case number 2023-00312, electronic tariff filing of Big Rivers Electric Corporation and Kenergy Corporation to revise the large industrial customer standby service tariff. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chairman of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Will be presiding over the hearing today. Joining me is Vice Chair Angie Hatton and Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. I'd ask before we get started that everyone either turn their cell phones off or please turn them to silent mode. The purpose of today's hearing is to take evidence in this case. Before we get started in earnest, we'll have an entry of appearance of counsel. So for the applicants.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tip Depp and Evan Buckley with law firm Dinsmore & Scholl for Big Rivers. Also with us today is counsel for Big Rivers in-house, Tyson Caniff and Cynthia Santana.
I guess this is a question we should have taken up earlier in the case, but is Kenergy represented by counsel in this case, or are you all representing them jointly?
Would represent them jointly.
That's what I wanted to make sure of. Thank you. For the intervener, Kimberly Clark.
Morning, Your Honor. Dan Damper with Stites and Harbison, and I have with me Susan Bruce and Bob Weissar. They are from McNeese, Wallace, and Nurek, and they've been admitted pro hoc VJ in the case.
All right, thank you. And for Domtar?
Morning, Your Honors. Mike Kurtz, Jody Kyler-Cohn for Domtar Paper.
Okay. And commission staff?
Yes, Chairman. Jurgensen, Salem, and Amanda Lawson.
Okay, thank you. I reviewed the record, and public notice has been provided within the appropriate time window. The exception to that, I'm trying to see here. Yeah, Mr. Depp, you filed a motion, I believe, the other day seeking a deviation for one that did not run on time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was granted, I think, by order yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. So that is not an outstanding issue, and notice is not a problem. It's my understanding, so we've taken care of talking about outstanding motions before the hearing. We have a couple of motions for confidential treatment that are outstanding, maybe one that recently got ruled on, but I think, other than the motion for deviation, the other outstanding issue is Kimberly Clark's motion regarding amending the testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was filed April 26th. It was filed Friday, is that right?
Sounds
I don't think, the reason I ask is I don't think the 7 days have run for a response, so I guess I'll ask today, are there any objections to that motion?
There are no objections.
Okay. Any from you, Mr. Kurtz?
No.
All right, so we will grant that and enter a order accordingly following the hearing. Okay. Any other motions that we need to take up before we move on? Okay. According to the public notice that was provided, anyone interested in providing public comments virtually could do so by following the instructions on the Public Service Commission's website. The instructions were posted yesterday. As of 9 a.m., no one had indicated their interest in providing those public comments remotely. Public comments can also be provided in person, so I would just stop for a moment, ask if there's any members of the public here that would like to provide public comment on this case. All right, seeing none, I would like to remind anyone that's watching this in real time or prior to the submission of the case that public comments can be provided at any time prior to the commission ruling on them. Public comments can be provided a number of ways. Initially through email at psc.comment@ky.gov. They can be mailed to the Public Service Commission at 211 Sauer Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40601, or those can be provided through our website at psc.ky.gov. Regardless, we ask that you include your name, your address, and a case number, which in this matter is 2023-00312. You should also know that because you're watching the video and it says that on the video. All right, seeing that there is no one interested in providing public comments, is there anything else we need to take up before we get started? Okay. All right. It is my understanding, let's go through and just make sure that it's clear who the witnesses are. I have, Mr. Depp, that you all have 4 witnesses, is that correct?
Well, 2 witnesses sponsored testimony and 2 sponsored data requests.
Okay. All right. But you, you have 4 witnesses you'll be calling to the stand for purposes of cross-examination?
No, 2 witnesses.
Okay, so the 2 that provided data request responses
Are here if there's a need for cross-examination.
Okay.
So Mr. Berry, Mr. Wright, we intend to call. Mr. Bradley, Mr. Wolfram sponsored data requests and are here if needed.
Okay.
And Kenergy didn't have any testimony or data request responses, but there's a representative here, Mr.
Those are witnesses Barry, Wright, Wolfram, and Bradley.
Yes.
And for Domtar, I have Mr. Barron and Mr. Huitt.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And for Kimberly Clark, Mr. Honadel? Honadel. Nah, I should have gone with my first instinct there. Witness Honadel, Blank, and Scrips.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I would ask, even if nobody has questions for him, I would ask, well, I'll just say it this way, I'll call him if you don't call him. So my preference is that anybody that provides data request responses be subject to cross-examination for those responses. Yeah, okay. Mr. Depp, would you like to call your first witness?
Yes, Big River's calls Nathan Barry.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please state your name and business address for the record.
Nathan Berry, Big Rivers Electric, 201 West 2nd Street, Owensboro, Kentucky, 42301.
All right, Mr. Depp?
Thank you. Mr. Barry, what's your title with Big Rivers?
I'm the Chief Operating Officer.
Okay. And did you sponsor direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also sponsor some responses to data requests in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to either your testimony or data request responses?
No.
And if I were to ask you today the same questions in your testimony, would your responses be the same?
They would.
You adopt that testimony and those data request responses as your own here today?
Yes.
And Mr. Berry, I was struck in reviewing the documents preparing for today. There's been a fair bit of turnover at Big Rivers since this, in the past year. And I think 6 of the 7 people who were responsible initially in developing the tariff are no longer with the company. Can you just briefly explain for the commission how it is that you came to sponsor testimony in this matter?
Yes, one of the gentlemen, or former employees that helped create the tariff, he worked underneath me as a VP of Energy Services, and he's no longer here. And now the new VP of Energy Services, Terry Wright, used to work for me when we submitted the tariff.
Witnesses available for cross.
Just to be, I guess I'm not asking you to testify, but Mr. Barry provided the initial testimony in this case with the tariff filing.
Correct.
You're just asking about the time period prior to the tariff filing.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you, sorry. All right, counsel, we'll start with Kimberly Clark. Counsel for Kimberly Clark.
We have no questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff counsel?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Berry. My name is Jurgens. I'm one of the staff attorneys here at the commission. I have just a few questions for you this morning. If at any time you need me to repeat anything, please feel free to ask, and we'll do it as loudly as we can. I know the box can be a little hard. But just a few things this morning. In preparation for today, did you have an opportunity to review the testimony of Mr. Larry Blank?
No, I did not.
You did not? Did
No.
you respond to Mr. Larry Blank at all in any of in the supplemental data requests, I believe?
I don't recall that I did.
That's okay. Let's move to, you did sponsor testimony regarding the maintenance power and the backup power service schedule that you guys changed in the tariff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So regarding your decision to bundle the maintenance and backup power service, well, let me back up. Did you review the commission's order in case number 21-289 regarding backup power service and maintenance power service?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall doing that?
No, sir.
So if we could, do you have access to your testimony with you?
Yes.
Your direct testimony? I believe if we switch to page page 6 of that testimony, if you have that with you, it's where you discuss the commission's March 2, 2022 order.
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Do you have it, or do you need me to prove? Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, not at all. I'll give you a chance to review that since you didn't have that in front of you, but if you could look at the block quote there that starts with the commission found in March 3, 2022, order that. If you just take a second to read, let me know when you're.
Okay.
Yeah. So from an operational perspective, not from a legal perspective, when you read that language, could you possibly explain to us how you consider the bundling of both the backup and the maintenance power to have complied with the commission's order in that case?
Yes, so the bundling, as we refer to it as a bundling, it costs Big River the exact same amount to provide capacity regardless of whether it's a planned or unplanned outage. And so the cost is the same regardless if it's bundled as one or if it's separated out.
Correct. I think what I'm mostly asking, did you understand that language as allowing you to be able to bundle that? The language that you read in that block quote in your testimony?
From me reading it, the commission wanted the two separated out. Big River's stance is whether it's separated out or bundled together, the cost is still the same whether it's maintenance or unplanned.
And so, I know you didn't review Mr. Blank's testimony, but you are obviously aware of some other proposed tariff structures that were brought up in this case. Did you review any of those?
What tariff structures are you?
So Mr. Blank produced his own tariff in his testimony. Mr. Barron produced an opportunity to look at Duke's GSS rider. Did you review any of those?
No, I did not.
So, okay. Are you aware of, generally speaking, what supplemental power service is, as it's understood?
No, I do not.
Okay. Is there somebody today that you think will be better positioned to answer that question?
Terry Wright would be a better person to answer those questions.
Perfect. And moving forward, if there's any question that you don't feel prepared for and there is somebody else here, just let us know and we'll make sure to ask them for that as well.
Okay.
And so can you explain to me a little bit what your involvement was in the development of this tariff?
I did not have, other than the fact that Energy Services reported up through me, that was the only involvement I had in the creation of the tariff.
Did you, so they report up to you, what kind of oversight, I suppose, did you exercise? Were you involved in any of the discrete functions of the tariff? Any of the calculations, any of the assumptions made?
No, I was not.
Did you review any of those?
I just reviewed it before it was submitted to the commission.
Okay, and you approved that review. So you have seen it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you, so if I were to ask you something along the lines of what your understanding is about a maintenance power charge that's based on 50% of the general, large industrial customer demand, that would not be something you would feel comfortable asking,
No, it would not.
answering? Okay. So walk me a little bit more through the process of how the tariff was then developed as you understand it. So they report up to you, right?
Yes.
So what steps are involved in taking that, and what active steps did you take as part of that process?
Can you repeat the question? I really don't understand.
So,
what you're-
I'm trying to understand. I mean, you sponsored testimony that was filed with the tariff, right? And questions we have about the tariff. I'm just trying to understand what specific part you had in reviewing the tariff and understanding the tariff and taking part in the decisions to build the tariff as it was, right? Just walk me through that process from when you guys decided to start it till when it was filed with us.
So the only reason why I've sponsored it is because the former VP of Energy Services left Big Rivers, and there was nobody to sponsor it other than me. So other than our general counsel, Tyson came off, he was the only one that was involved in the creation of the tariff. That's why I sponsored it.
I see. And you believe Mr. Wright would be able to answer all our questions regarding specific questions we have about the tariff structure?
Yes.
Okay. And if not, hopefully one of the other two witnesses that y'all have. One moment. Chairman, I believe that exhausts my questions as they are right now.
Vice Chair? Commissioner Regan?
I don't.
Morning. How, I'm just gonna pick off, you disagree with the commission's order in the 2021 case, is that right? And by you, I guess I don't mean actually you, I mean all of Big Rivers.
That's correct.
Okay, so who at Big Rivers disagrees with it if it wasn't your position that it's disagreeable?
Our former CEO, Bob Berry,
Okay,
our former VP of Energy Services, Ron Repsher.
okay. Anybody there today that disagrees with it?
I can't answer that. I mean, I can make assumptions that our VP of Energy Services still disagrees with it, but
Okay.
I can't speak for him.
Okay, so upon whose advice did you all not follow the commission's order?
Just as a matter of caution, because we're.
Make
getting
whatever
into
objections you
attorney-client-
want, but I'm asking the question.
Right, I just want to caution the witness not to get into attorney-client privilege.
I guess I want to make sure I understand whether you're asserting attorney-client privilege, counsel, because I don't know that attorney recommendation to violate a commission law is a privileged conversation.
Our position is that to the extent the question gets at the details of attorney-client communications, that would be subject to attorney-client privilege, yes.
Okay, so assert it when I ask, but I'm going to ask the question. Upon whose recommendation did you all violate the commission's order to bundle those two services?
I'm gonna, I apologize, Mr. Chairman, but.
Make the
I do
assertion,
want-
don't say you're going to make the assertion.
No, there are statements in that question that make a legal conclusion that I don't think the witness is qualified to answer.
Okay. So you acknowledge in your testimony that what Big Rivers is proposing does not adhere to the commission's requirements in the 2021 case, correct?
Regarding the two tariff.
Yeah, I'm just referencing your testimony that you discussed earlier.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the thing that you take issue with specifically in your testimony is that the cost of service is different between the two, correct? Or that the cost of service between those two services is the same.
That's correct.
Can you go back to your testimony? You have it there in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. You say Big Rivers recognizes that the Commission's March 3, 2022 order stated that maintenance power service and backup power service, as those terms are used in the current standby service tariff, are different, and that bundling the pricing of the two service was inappropriate. That's what it says, correct?
Yes.
However, Big Rivers respectfully disagrees that the difference between the two services results in a difference in cost, correct?
Yes.
Putting them together in the same charge and the two charges, one for each, being the same amount, are two completely different things. Would you agree?
Yes.
Your testimony only maintains that you believe that the two costs are identical, correct?
That's correct.
Then whose decision was it to nevertheless, even though that's, you all are maintaining this, to combine them?
I can't answer that.
What's the cost of service difference? What's the revenue expenses, administrative cost, everything, between doing exactly what you're proposing or doing what you're proposing and having those two services broken out but having the identical cost?
I can't answer that question.
Can you not answer it because you are asserting a privilege or because you weren't there and don't know?
I don't know what those charges are today, so that's why I can't answer them.
Is there someone here today that can?
Yes, ma'am.
Who would that be?
Terry Wright.
Did you write your testimony, or did the previous person who was the vice president of Energy Services write it and you put your name on it after they left?
They wrote it, and I put my name on it after they left.
So are you prepared to talk about MISO's move towards a seasonal construct and whether or not that requires Big Rivers to carry short-term capacity requirements
That would
consistent with your testimony and the 2021 commission order?
That would be a question that Terry Wright could answer.
Well, I do think that Mr. Wright can answer, but your testimony specifically talks about how the move towards, quote, MISO's move towards a seasonal construct provided Big Rivers the option to carry shorter-term capacity requirements, blah, 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 blah. That you still are pushing that question to Mr. Wright, even though that's your testimony discussing that?
Yes.
Okay, so you read the tariff when the other people came up with it. Is that what your testimony was earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And the other people you mentioned were internal counsel, former executive, and a person that reported to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Counsel's still there, executive is gone, person reporting to you is gone, and a new person is in that VP of Energy Services, correct?
That is correct.
Was those three didn't include the person who is now VP of Energy Services. Do you know, and I'm going to ask Mr. Wright, do you know, though, whether Mr. Wright was involved in the creation of the tariff prior to its filing with the commission?
I do not think that he was employed with Big Rivers during the submission.
What a way to get a job, to be handed this after they come in, right? But you think that Mr. Wright is fighting this fight after coming to the company, effectively. Is that right?
Yes, if I remember the dates correctly.
So, just so I'm clear, the record's clear, the only person involved in formulating this testimony and the creation of the tariff that is still employed at Big Rivers is counsel.
That is correct.
You were asked earlier, do you know whether you've gone back at any time, even when it was issued, whether you've read the 2021 order regarding this issue? I'm sorry, the order from the 2021 case on this issue.
Yes.
Okay. Part of that, given the guidance that was provided by the commission in that order, the commission directed the parties to continue discussions and break time to take into account possible changes at MISO, and I think that's probably a reference to this change to the seasonal market, to design forward-looking rates. Are you aware of whether any of those discussions occurred?
No, I'm not.
And is there anybody that's available today to testify that would know whether those discussions occurred?
Yes.
Okay, who's that?
Our general counsel.
Well, I believe Mr. Kamoff has made an entry of appearance of counsel, and per the direction of Supreme Court is not able to represent an entity and testify in the same matter. So other than Mr. Kamoff, is there anybody here today that can indicate whether or not those discussions continued?
I could assume that it's Terry Wright, but just me assuming.
But if Terry didn't start at the company until this was filed, Terry couldn't have had the conversation with anybody about it before the tariff was filed. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Mr. Depp?
Just 2 or 3, please. Mr. Berry, do you recall or I guess you've got the tariff in front of you, the date that it was filed with the commission? On or about September 15th, I believe, is when it was filed, actually, of 2023. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I do not.
Okay. And if you were to learn that Mr. Wright started at Big Rivers, I believe, in March of 2023, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
And if Mr. Wright started at Big Rivers 6 months before the tariff filed, could that perhaps have given him some opportunity to have reviewed the tariff and developed a position with respect to it?
Yes.
No further.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Depp? Would you like to call Mr. Kamoff or one of the other witnesses?
I think we're going to go with Mr. Wright, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll call Terry Wright Jr. to the stand, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, please state your name and address for the record.
Terry Wright Jr., 710 West 2nd Street, Owensboro, Kentucky, 42301.
Mr. Depp?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wright, can you please state your title?
Vice President of Energy Services.
And you're employed by Big Rivers, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you sponsor rebuttal testimony and responses to data requests as part of this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any substantial or insignificant changes or additions to those data request responses or that rebuttal testimony that you'd like to make here this morning?
I mean, the only thing that's changed is the capacity auction has settled, so just anything related to it as far as capacity prices and positions.
Would that materially impact any of the substantive positions that we've taken with respect to this case, the testimony you provided?
No, sir.
If you were asked the same questions today that you were asked in your testimony and as part of the data request, would your responses be the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, this witness is tendered for the
I
cross-examination.
do want to ask one clarifying question. Did you all buy any net capacity in this most recent auction?
We did not. We ended up selling some capacity into the auction.
So insofar as we're asking, if I ask questions about Big River's costs and costs of providing service, the capacity auction results are of no consequence to that, right?
I mean, overall, we were net sellers.
Yeah. Okay. Counsel?
Your Honors, Kimberly Clark has no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions, Your Honor.
Seth? Hi, Mr. Wright. How are you doing this morning?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm not doing too shabby. Listen, so we've got a few questions just for you today. We'll try to make them as fast and as simple as we can. If you ever need me to restate a question, say something louder, please let me know. I'm happy to do so. If you could also just always answer in the verbal affirmative, just yes, no. If there's that, nodding ahead is great, but it doesn't particularly help us. So we've got quite a few questions for you this morning. I'd like to start, and I know that Mr. Berry technically sponsored the Big River's response to this data request. It's the response to PSE 1, question 11, item 11. And it's going to be, the question itself is just regarding your decision to remove maintenance power service and redefine backup power service to include both scheduled and unscheduled changes. Can you explain, sort of from an operational standpoint, how you understand that position to have complied with the commission's order that was dated March 3, 2022?
So as far as the commission's order, I have not personally read the commission's order from the last filing.
Have you reviewed have you reviewed Mr. Blank's testimony or Mr. Barron's testimony in preparation for this?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall them discussing the commission's order at times?
I do recall that.
Okay, and so do you recall operatively that in the commission's March 3, 2022 order, it stated that not to bundle both maintenance and supplemental power service into one combined backup power service?
It said not to bundle maintenance and backup power into one service.
Into one service, correct. So could you just, and I know that, you were there, I think Mr. Depp said about 6 months prior to the filing of the tariff, is that correct?
I'd have to see what date the tariff was actually filed.
Can we say roughly 6 months you were there for some time?
I started January 2023, but I was not involved in the actual tariff filing itself.
Did you review the tariff at all prior to it being filed?
I think I might have seen it. But again, I hadn't reviewed the previous commission's order.
Did you have any input into any of the language of the tariff? Were you involved in any of that process?
I don't think, I didn't do any drafting of language. It had already been drafted, but I think Ron had me review it just to make sure that it made sense, that there was no major structural issues from a market perspective.
At that time, were you informed of the commission's order or of this language regarding the bundling of the services?
I'm not aware. I don't believe I was, but again, I was pretty new at Big Rivers at the time.
Mm-hmm. And who was the individual who had you reviewed, if I just may ask?
It was Ron Repsher. He was the previous Vice President of Energy Services.
Okay. And he's no longer with Big Rivers, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and then move on. Do you think that there is it your position that there is no price difference between bundling the maintenance and the backup power versus breaking them out? There's no cost components, taking that as a whole.
Well, I think it depends. Under a BA world, I would say yes, there is a difference between maintenance and backup. But once you get to an ISO structure, I don't believe there is.
Could you explain that to me just a little bit more?
Because under a BA structure, you're the one running the generators. You control it. You're the one dispatching to meet your load. But under an ISO structure, you're no longer the one in control of your generators. The ISO, you buy all your load from ISO, and the ISO turns around and dispatches and commits all your units.
I'm
And so
sorry,
we're-
can I ask a clarifying question here? Is there anything in MISO's governing documents or manuals that do not allow Big Rivers to self-schedule its own generation for energy?
We are allowed to self-schedule generation for energy.
So, what is the difference of what you just described as a BA model and Big Rivers choosing to self-schedule its own generation?
I mean, we could choose to self-schedule generation. I would advise that it's probably not a very good approach because you're going to end up with a less optimal solution.
Okay, but just to be very clear, you said that in a ISO model, you commit everything and buy back your demand. That's a choice you make, correct?
It's a choice, but I mean, it's the most optimal choice.
Okay, that may be a perspective, but when you just described it to council, you made it seem like in a BA model, you must self-schedule, you must run your own generation to meet your own demand, and in MISO, when you get there, you have to sell everything and you have to buy back, but that's not necessarily the case. Would you agree?
I mean, that is correct. I mean, I could self-schedule everything I wanted to, but again, I think in the FAC hearing, we're gonna have a lot of questions.
You got a lot of questions in the last FAC hearing anyways without self-scheduling, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You're gonna don't think that just by committing everything economically, you're not gonna get questions in an FAC hearing. I don't want that to be the takeaway from today. Council?
Thank you, Chairman. So there's no difference. So with the process, the economic decision, so taking that as it comes, right? you bid everything you have, and then you buy from ISO, right? How far in advance do you make those decisions, right? How far in advance you calculate and then purchase to bid into MISO system to then get it back?
I mean, it's an everyday decision. It's a day ahead market, so every single day we're making those decisions.
And so taking that as it is, so it's an everyday decision. It's something that's fluid. It happens. It moves. What kind of impact would you have on the system if there is, say, a large 30 or 50 megawatt outage on one of your systems, say a standby customer, that you need to provide for the day that it happens? What is the consequence for Big Rivers if that happens?
Okay, repeat that question one more time.
So what happens operationally when you lose, let's say there's a force outage at Kimberly-Clark or Domtar or whatever for 30, 50 megawatts, and you are forced to provide that energy the day that it occurs. What is the consequence for Big Rivers then?
So we would have to buy the power from the market.
Okay, and you do that at whatever the prevailing price is?
That's correct.
And what happens if one of those large standby customers comes to you and says, hey, we have a planned outage 6 months from now? How do you calculate that into your requirements, for purchasing energy on the day of or for the week of?
So are you talking capacity or energy?
Let's say your capacity needs.
Okay, so capacity depends on the length of the outage.
Okay.
So if it's a 1 week outage, it's not going to affect the overall capacity position.
And then how does that work for energy?
So energy, it depends on the length of the outage. If it's a 1 month outage, I could go out and buy forward power for it.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a 1 or 2 day or a 1 week outage, there's no way I can go and buy just 1 week of power 6 months in advance. And
Right.
if I tried to, I guess technically I could go to a marketer, but they're gonna give me a wild price.
Would you expect there to be a difference in the costs to the utility for the difference between being able to plan for that outage or having to purchase that energy immediately as the need arises, say for the force outage?
So one more time on that?
Would you expect a difference in price to the utility if you had the opportunity to purchase it ahead of time, a week ahead or whatever it is, versus having to purchase it, say at 12 o'clock on a Friday or whatever, when the force outage occurs?
For the most part, no, because again, they're short outages, so you couldn't go out and buy that power in advance. You can't go and just buy 1 week of power. And if you do, you're gonna pay a significant premium on it. And so historically, on that type of a short outage like that, you're just gonna take it to the market.
Even if you know about it well in advance, you're just going to take it to market.
Even if you know it long in advance. Now, if it's a 1 month outage, I can go out and buy a forward position on it. But on a 1 week outage, I can't go and just necessarily, the forward market may be $60, but if I try to buy 1 week of that month, I'm gonna pay $80 or $90 for it, just so they put that premium on there.
You've done your fair share of energy trading in the past, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Work with me here just as a conceptual idea. What's your all's daily demand?
You're
in
talking about
Big
as far
Rivers?
as load?
Yeah. What's your
So it depends on if you include OMU and KYMEA in there also.
native or wholesale, doesn't matter.
Okay, so if you put everything in there, I'd say around 500, somewhere in there.
Great. Is there going to be a cost difference? Just a normal May 1st day, right? Is there going to be a difference in the dollar per megawatt hour that you all pay for power? If in the day ahead you buy 500 megawatts, or 500 megawatt, just I'm trying to make things simple here, but you just assume 500 megawatt hours across the day, right? In the day ahead, which includes a 50 megawatt maintenance outage. We'll just say what it is, whatever it is, versus buying 450 megawatts over each hour in the day ahead, and then as soon as the real time starts, having to find out all of a sudden you have to buy 50 megawatts worth of demand in the real time for each hour over that day. Do you think after that day clears and everything's done, do you think there's a difference between those two scenarios for the cost that you all had to pay for energy for just that 500 megawatts of demand over the same 24-hour period?
Okay, let me rephrase the question just to make sure I understand it. So you're saying I'm buying 500 versus buying 450 day ahead, or is it 450 real time?
The 450 is day ahead. So I guess what I'm saying, you're still buying the 500 over it, but you missed or whatever. You were short the forecast, whatever the scenario. It doesn't matter if it's, a maintenance outage versus a backup or whatever. Let's just say that you all forecasted your demand short by 50 megawatts in the day ahead, and in the real time, you all have to buy an additional 50 megawatts in the real time market. Is there a difference, just conceptually, on an ordinary day between those two scenarios, even though the amount of power bought is exactly the same?
Okay, so if you're talking, and again, I'll try to answer it based upon what I believe you're asking. So if you're asking, is there a difference between day ahead and real time pricing as far as buying 50 megawatts? It really depends. On average, the day ahead and real time kind of average out together, but then there's also days where the real time market blows up and it's significantly higher.
And I guess what I'm asking is specifically when it's a 10% difference.
So I mean, as far as MISO overall, I mean, you look at a 500 megawatt load, MISO's a 80,000 megawatt system. So I mean, 50 megawatts, yeah, could it impact the price? Potentially, because I mean, if you look at LMP, it's locational marginal price. The key word is marginal. So whatever unit's set in that margin, that's going to set the LMP. Is 50 megawatts probably going to shift that LMP? Probably not, but it could. I mean, I'd never say.
But it's subject to constraints, right?
It's subject to constraints. I mean, you got LMP as MEC plus MLC plus MCC, so that congestion component could play into it, but it's not guaranteed.
Okay, I'm asking specifically taking into account load and nodal LMP within the big rivers, that very corner of Zone 6, that just ordinary day. What's your expectation for the calculation over an ordinary day? Do you think it's likely to be different or exactly the same?
I mean, if you're talking day ahead and real time prices, I would assume, like I said, on average, they end up close to each other, so they should be around the same.
Okay, and so under that scenario, let's just say that a backup tariff passed through LMP for maintenance and backup for the energy component, right?
Okay.
The utility would be, as a general matter, indifferent if they pass through the incremental energy purchase, right?
I mean, ideally, you would pass, if you bought the power day ahead, then you would pass the day at LMP, and if you didn't buy it and it went real time, you'd basically pass the associated LMP with it.
Okay.
Ideally.
And is LMP synonymous with market-based costs?
I mean, so LMP is driving the market. I mean, it is your market-based.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to use the technical term, market-based. I think specifically you all are proposing it be the energy price be what? The higher of, can you tell me the higher of?
The tariff or the associated LMP.
Say it again.
And I'll read it from the tariff itself.
Yeah.
Just to make sure we're 100% clear. Should be the higher the scheduled, higher the charges of Big River Standard Rate Schedule, LIC, Large Industrial Customer Tariff Schedule, or the actual, so they use the word actual locational marginal price for energy by MISO at the applicable load node.
Okay. So it's the higher of the two.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a concern that adding an additional 50 megawatts of demand based off of, and I'm just making up numbers here, 50, 10% difference over otherwise a 450 megawatt load, that of a magnitude that has the risk of raising, so it's a single clearing price market, right? It doesn't matter that one of the 450 megawatts that you all are buying at any given time costs nothing to create. It's what the marginal, what you said earlier, the marginal cost is, correct? Or the marginal price, that's important.
I mean, it is a marginal market.
You pay that for all of the megawatt hours, though.
That's correct.
Okay. So what I'm asking is an incremental amount of demand that you now have to buy in excess, so let's say it's 10% above what you were forecasted to buy in the day ahead. Does that have a risk of raising prices, and then as such, not just raising the price for the 50 megawatts that has to be served in every single hour, but raising the price for the 450 megawatts for each one of those hours, to where the blended rate, not just for the customer that has to pay that 50 megawatts, but You pass the other 450 through the FAC, all customers' rates go up. Does it run that risk?
It definitely runs that risk.
So how is it that it runs that risk in that scenario that it could raise prices, but you don't think that missing it by 50 megawatts is actually going to change the price?
I mean, again, like it goes back to you never say anything with 100% certainty. So that's one thing that we got to be careful about because it is a market. So if you go up 50 megawatts, again, you got that MEC component. You could change the marginal unit. You could cause congestion. I've seen in other markets, I've seen 10, 15 megawatts cause congestion one way or another on a constraint. So again, it depends. It depends on if you're shifting that marginal unit or if you're causing congestion by doing it. Now, if you're not, then at that point, the LMP would stay the same.
Okay, so let's go back. Council's question. Difference between doing everything in the day ahead versus the real time. Having the knowledge a day ahead about a 50 or 60 or 70 megawatt demand in Big River's territory is helpful in providing certainty as to what that energy cost is going to be the next day. Would you agree?
I would agree.
And that having to buy it in real time without having that known amount provides uncertainty that can affect the price.
I mean, it creates volatility. So real-time market is more volatile, so it creates volatility in rates.
Okay. And that is the difference between scheduling something and something being, coming about without any real notice. Would you agree?
I mean, you run the risk, and like I said earlier, the real-time market is more volatile, and you see, a lot of times in the real-time market, you'll see people miss the load forecast. They miss the load forecast all at the same time. Generating units, they go down all at the same time. And so you see that volatility in the real-time market that you don't normally see as much in the day-ahead market.
Council?
Thank you, Chairman. Switching gears, do you happen to have the Big River's responses to staff's second request for information in front of you?
I do.
Could you go to item 8 for me there? Should be request number 28 is how it's titled.
Okay, I'm there.
Perfect. This response, you understand, you agree, is discussing whether or not accreditation is required by MISO for qualifying facilities, right? Is it your position that MISO requires that accreditation?
MISO does not require that accreditation.
So could you explain in a little bit of detail for us why it is that Big River's decided to require accreditation for those facilities as part of the tariff?
And again, I didn't file the tariff, so I mean, it'd be my assumption to assume why they did it on the tariff, and I can tell you what my thoughts on it are.
Well, let's do that. Can you explain to me, just from your perspective and your position, what the benefits are to you, or what risks are mitigated or otherwise done in order to require this?
Okay, so I mean, for example, if you try to do it behind the load, let's say, okay, I have a 700 megawatt load I'm submitting into MISO. So I have to gross up, so if it's a non-coincident peak, I have to go from a non-coincident peak to a coincident peak. I then have to gross it up with transmission losses. I have to gross it up with the PRM requirement. And so if you look at the PRM requirement in the winter, I believe it was either 26 or 27%. So if you take let's say a 50 megawatt load, so you have a 70 megawatt load on one of the let's say standby customers, and you got a 50 megawatt generator. So overall, I'm saying my net load is 20 megawatts. By the time I gross it up with PRM and all that, it's getting a net reduction of, so that 20 megawatt load or that 50 megawatt generator, you're almost giving them a capacity credit of 65 or 70 megawatts. You're giving them more than the generator can actually produce itself. And so it messes with the load. It doesn't really, the calculation doesn't flow very smoothly in there. And so that's the reason, and again, we're not the BA, we're not responsible for reliability anymore. That's MISO's job. So you got me sitting there doing an artificial accreditation on reliability when that's MISO's job.
I mean, have you looked at the reliability figures for qualifying facilities in your territory?
Looked at what now?
Have you looked at the sort of reliability? How often you talk about that as a sort of a peak figure there? When you gross up and you are expecting that outage, right? So they're built in. How often does that actually occur in your territory?
So you're talking about their forced outage rate?
Mm-hmm.
Again,
Just as a general figure, not nothing specific.
I mean, it would depend by unit, so each standby customer is gonna have a different forced outage rate. And also, as far as MISO, timing matters too. You know, if my outage occurs right in the middle of the winter peak, it's a whole lot different than if it occurs on a 70-degree day.
Have you reviewed any
I'm
other?
sorry, I just, you keep talking about these outages, the generation. Can you again draw me the line between the outages that you have in generation and the outage, and what that has to do with whether a customer runs generation behind their meter to reduce their net load?
So one more time, rephrase your question.
Yeah, I'm asking why do I care about your generation E4Ds in the context of whether a customer runs generation behind the meter to reduce their net load? Why is one applicable to the other?
I mean, the E4D is gonna matter, because again, it's gonna matter when the outage occurs. So that it's all about when that, like right now, on our generators, we get the tier 1 and tier 2. So the timing, the tier 2 is everything.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, Chairman. So, do you agree that the tariff relies on the premise that qualified facility customers are accredited by MISO? And so if the commission hypothetically denies that qualified facilities should be accredited by MISO, that the tariff structure would be moot?
I mean, it would still work, but it would revert to full LIC rates.
Okay,
But it would basically null out a portion of the tariff.
okay. So I think just at this point, we'll probably want to explore that a little bit more in post-hearing data requests, if that's okay with Big Rivers. But I think, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our questions for now.
Vice Chair?
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm gonna ask what I think is a simple question.
Okay.
So you weren't with Big Rivers at the time the tariff was formulated?
I believe I was there, but I wasn't really involved in
Okay.
it.
You were there, but weren't really involved in it. Do you agree with bundling the maintenance and backup?
I mean, you could separate the two, but they're gonna have the exact same terms on it if we did it.
It sounded from your testimony that they are not always exactly the same. That a planned outage and a forced outage can definitely have a different cost. Like they're usually the same, but they're not always the same.
Could you refer, what portion of my testimony says that?
But that was the way I understood it. Are you saying that they are always the same?
I mean, under an ISO world, they would be.
Always,
That would be my assumption.
regardless of whether they happen at a peak time.
Whether one now?
Regardless of whether a forced outage would happen at a peak time.
I mean, if it's not a peak time, I mean, it'd be the same. I mean, you're gonna just buy it in the day-ahead market.
Okay. Always the same.
I mean, I don't, the only thing I'll ever say 100% always is Jesus, and that's it. I mean, short of that, I mean, there's always an exception to every single rule. So I don't know if I never say always.
But you're always gonna bundle them.
I mean, under the tariff proposal, they would be bundled, and I mean, if you were to ask me to go out and, let's say, absent the commission order, and let's say I had no historical knowledge of the commission order, if you were to ask me to draft a tariff today, I mean, that's what I would have done.
Mr. Regan?
I don't have any.
So we just had a conversation that knowing you're going to have a 50 megawatt demand in the day ahead and finding out you're short 50 megawatts for all 24 hours in real time are going to likely result in two different costs. Correct?
Well, I mean, we're talking, so again, you're talking unplanned outage in both cases.
Okay, it doesn't really matter. I'm just talking about energy here. We just had a conversation that those are going to result in two different outcomes.
You're talking about buying 50 in the day ahead versus real time?
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have two different prices, and again, that's why it has the applicable LMP in that language.
Right, but let's say that industrial customer's load is actually, gross load is actually 70 megawatts. You bought the 20 you thought you were going to be needing with that 450. That 20 was included in the 450. It's the incremental 50 that was represented normally served by their own generation behind the meter that was serving it. The real-time LMP that you're paying for the extra 50 megawatt clip is different than the 20 megawatt demand that you bought at the day ahead price, correct?
I mean, day ahead and real-time LMP, they're almost always different.
Okay, do you see what I'm trying to say? That they are different. So that customer costs you 20 megawatts each hour at a certain LMP from the day ahead, and 50 megawatts at a different LMP in the real time. Those are two different prices, correct?
Yeah, but where I'm struggling is where this applies to maintenance versus a forced outage.
Okay.
So I think that's where our disconnect's at.
So if they told you, okay, I don't know. You would know they're on maintenance in the day ahead.
That's correct.
If they told you.
We should.
Well, you could, and the commission could approve, but you could put into a tariff a notice requirement for a maintenance outage, correct?
That's correct. I mean, you could draft.
But under your proposal, that's not an option, correct?
That's why we drafted applicable LMP. I mean, they still have the right to notify us and tell us, and I mean, under this design, it would be in their best interest to notify us.
Okay. Day ahead versus real time. Okay, right?
That's correct.
There's a different cost to you.
I mean, that's correct.
Okay.
But I mean, that's both under a forced scenario. You know, you could buy it day ahead or you could buy it real time.
And you were saying that if you had 6 months' notice of a planned outage, you would still buy it day ahead?
More than likely, because I mean, most of the time their outages are a week-long outage. Again, you have problems buying 1 week worth of power
So
that
you'd-
far out in the future.
You'd buy it day ahead, but not real time?
That's
if you had
correct.
notice. And if you didn't have notice, you may have to purchase it at real time.
That's correct.
And
But
those are sometimes different costs.
they're sometimes different, but on average, they tend to be together.
On average, they tend to, isn't the same as always.
Well, I mean, that is correct.
I just want to be clear. The tariff wouldn't credit a person who told you the day ahead that their generation was out for maintenance for energy, because the tariff says that they're going to be charged the nodal LMP at the time of the higher of the scheduled rate or the nodal LMP at the time of delivery, which is different than the day ahead price, correct?
Well, I mean, the tariff says applicable LMP, so when it uses that word, it's meaning day ahead or real time based upon.
I'm sorry, can you look at the tariff before you tell me that? Because it doesn't say applicable
Let me
LMP.
go
I'll tell you
back.
what it says. It says actual LMP for energy by MISO at the applicable load node during each hour of the day at the time of delivery. It's not even the price you're paying. It's the nodal LMP at the time of delivery.
Yeah, I don't see, oh, it does say at the time of delivery. The way it was written, it was supposed to be interpreted as the applicable LMP as either the day ahead or real time.
It doesn't say that.
That was the intent, though, I can tell you that.
Okay. But it says at the time of delivery. So here, there is no benefit to telling you 1 day, 6 months, or 6 years ahead of doing a maintenance outage, correct?
I mean, if you take that interpretation of it, that's correct.
I'm not interpreting it. I'm just reading you. When I read it to you in the way that it says just then, I didn't say it says this other thing. I just read what was in the tariff. You took away from what I said that it was at the time of delivery, correct?
I mean, I see the word at the time of delivery.
Okay. And we just talked about that if you didn't know you were going to you were going to miss your day ahead forecast by 10%, that's likely to raise real-time LMPs, which increases prices to all customers, correct?
I mean, I wouldn't say, again, I wouldn't say it always does. It could.
Runs the risk.
It runs
right?
the risk.
Okay. But under this term here, exactly the way it's in the tariff, would you agree that this provides no incentive at all for the customer that's taking under this service to notify you, because they're going to be charged the higher of the two amounts regardless?
I mean, if you interpret the at a time of delivery saying it's always going to be real time, then yes, I would agree.
Okay. I'll give you a second to reread that section on energy. We're just talking energy at this point, which, ironically enough, in the last case, everybody was fine with the energy components for all these. We're not having a fight about, you all are having a fight about energy and capacity in this one, so we'll go back to it. But on energy, I'll let you reread the section of your proposed tariff. And let me know when you're done.
Okay, I've reread it again.
Okay. Forget interpretation, just the black and white of what that says.
I mean, so I
You-
see that.
that's not a question. Just the black and white of what that says.
It says actual LMP for energy by MISO at the applicable load node during each hour of the day at the time of delivery.
Time of delivery.
But I also see the word actual in there too. So actual would apply if you bought it day ahead, the actual LMP would be day ahead.
But it's the actual LMP. There's no commas in there. It's the actual LMP, and then there's more, right?
There is more.
So what? Okay, let me ask this question. What do you think and this is an interpretive because you're the person here to talk about this. Why is at the time of delivery included?
I mean, I can't, I'm not a legal expert to sit there and try to answer that
I'm not asking you to be a legal expert. I'm asking you to be the only person here that apparently can tell me what this is supposed to mean to support it. What do you intend on at the time of delivery to mean?
I mean, I would have taken it, the actual LMP, because you got the actual LMP at the time of delivery. So the actual LMP at the time of delivery, if we bought it day ahead, that actual LMP would have been the day ahead price. And any deviation would have been a real-time price.
That's not what it says, though.
But if
You told us earlier, if you didn't know anything about all this, this is exactly what you would have drafted. Did you say that?
Well, I mean, I can't tell you word for word, but the design, as far as the design construct, this is the design that I would have drafted.
Right, but this seems to be designed to charge people at actual LMP, even if their load was bought in the day ahead, correct?
I mean, the design was, and again, this is just me believing what conversations I've had with Ron after the fact is, the purpose was if we bought it day ahead, they would be charged a day ahead, and if we bought it real time, they would be charged real time.
Do you think it's unreasonable to charge somebody real time LMP if you bought their load at the day ahead price?
I mean, I would think so. I mean, I would agree with that statement.
Okay. Do you think it's unreasonable to charge somebody real time LMP if you bought their load in a strip of energy, a month or two out?
I mean, you technically should bill what you bought.
Okay. But this doesn't say that, right?
It just says actual LMP, because again, under this design, we're not going to go out and buy it 2 months in advance.
Well, you keep saying you're not going to go buy it a few months in advance, but you don't know that. If the cogen is going to be taken down for a month, and you get 6 months notice, you absolutely would buy that in advance, correct?
Well, I mean, under this tariff design, I wouldn't,
You wouldn't, and why not?
because it's charging the actual LMP.
So so it's just tough luck to that industrial customer that you're not going to buy their energy in advance at a cheaper rate. You're just going to be charging them the real time amount, regardless of what that is.
One more time on that?
Okay. You just said you wouldn't, under this tariff, buy their demand in advance, even if they told you they were going to have it, because under this tariff, you're just able to charge them whatever the actual LMP is, correct?
I mean, that's the tariff design, is to charge the actual LMP.
Okay. But that is not good for that customer, right?
I mean, it depends. On average, it's cheaper in the day-ahead market than it is in the forward markets.
Okay. So you all are buying more expensive energy for what reason?
You're talking about in the forward markets?
No, the forward market. You just said generally you buy more expensive energy in advance in forward markets than the real-time or day-ahead markets.
I mean, it reduces volatility in rates.
Okay, so it's a good thing for all of your customers except for the cogen customers.
I mean, it would depend. I mean, you could potentially do things differently, of course.
But you can't do things differently here because you're assuming that there's only one option and there's only one thing to be done, and that's backup service at whatever the prevailing price is, except you might not even have to pay the prevailing price, but you're going to charge them the higher of the prevailing LMP or the cost of service rate, correct?
Well, I believe we're allowed to do special contracts. I mean, if for some reason they had a month-long outage, we could always do a special contract for that month-long purchase.
How about a rate that gave an incentive for a customer to tell you these things in advance so that you could protect the utility and that customer? Would that be ideal?
I mean, I think advance notification is always good.
But there's no financial incentive for any of the cogen customers to give you advance notice under this because they're charged the same whether they give you advance notice or it happens in real time. Would you agree?
Again, I think our interpretation of the word actual is a little bit different, but, if you're saying, according to the way I read it, it says actual, so that means if you bought it day ahead, they would be charged the day ahead price. And if not, they would be charged the real-time price.
Okay, but it says actual, and then it goes on to say at the time of delivery.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say at the time of delivery, if you bought it day ahead, you're delivering the day ahead power.
I'll go back.
So again, I think
Let me go back. So let's just go back. Telling you the day ahead versus real time is a distinction you think is important, correct?
That is correct.
There is no distinction under this tariff. Would you agree?
See, I think our interpretation of the word actual is different.
Okay, forget that for a second. Telling you a day ahead and in real time is different, correct?
That's correct.
Telling you a day ahead, telling you in real time versus a week, a month, or a year in advance. Are any of those different?
I mean, again, it depends on how long the outage is and what you can do. I mean, these are historically short outages.
It does depend. It's a very factual determination. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, it depends on the length of the outage and what action can I take.
So let me ask this question. Okay. Is there any financial incentive to the customers under this tariff to tell you in advance of 1 day ahead of an outage?
I mean, there's incentive for a day ahead notification, but beyond that, there's not.
There's not. Would you agree that, assume whatever facts you want, but if it's a month-long notice and you get a year advance and everything else, would you agree that there's likely a difference in the price of the energy if they give you advance in excess of 1 day?
I mean, it depends on what action you take. If you go out and forward hedge it, then yes.
It does depend. The question started off with it depends. So assuming any scenario or facts you want, can you imagine a scenario in which advance notice of more than 1 day results in a different pricing?
I mean, again, if you go out and forward hedge, then yes, you end up with a different. But if you don't, again, on a 1 week outage, you can't forward hedge it.
Yeah.
It becomes very difficult to.
So that makes your energy, buying their energy cheaper, right?
Well,
and possibly buying that capacity cheaper, correct?
If I go out and buy it forward, it's more likely going to be more expensive.
Well, no. You see what we're going back. We're going back. Any advance So if you buy it a year ahead, a month ahead, a day ahead, whatever. If you buy it a day ahead in real time, you're saying a day ahead is cheaper.
I'm not saying that.
You're saying a day ahead could be cheaper.
It has the potential, I mean, it's a flip of a coin, whether it's cheaper or more expensive.
Okay, all right. Is there any financial incentive to you all of knowing about demand in excess of a day?
I mean, again, it depends on the length of the outage. If you know it,
Does.
you know, and it's a month long, and you can go out and buy a forward hedge, and there's potentially some advantage. Now, overall, again, hedging tends to be a little more expensive on average, but it does reduce volatility.
Okay. Is there any provision in this tariff that provides a financial incentive to these customers to tell you in advance of a day?
I don't read anything in there that would do that.
So there's a benefit of knowing in advance of a day, but there's no incentive for them to tell you in advance of the day.
That's correct.
So now that we've covered energy, which, like I said, was not an issue in the last case, but you acknowledge now that knowing ahead of time does change the economics, correct?
Well, again, it depends on what action you take,
But it does change the economics. Would you agree?
potentially.
Let's talk about capacity for a second. MISO has a 1-year forward capacity auction for 4 different seasonal products. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say products, but 4 different seasons.
Okay. If your demand, how do I say this? If your internal demand exceeds, okay, so let's say you participate in these auctions, and similar to the one that just occurred, you all are a net seller, or let's just say you were perfectly even for your internal demand and your PRM in every single season. You have exactly enough generation, derated, whatever, but exactly enough generation in every single season to meet your expected internal demand. Okay? Let's just take that scenario at face value. And you're not long like you are now.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, in one of those seasons, you find out that you're going to have to carry demand 10% in excess, 10% in excess of your expected, 10% of your available generation in that season, and in excess of, what cleared, or what you bought. The transaction was a net zero, right? You sold everything in, bought everything back, and the net was zero. But you've got demand now 10% in excess of that amount, okay? Let's just assume all of your generation is out of market for every single hour of that season, okay? Which means that you're offering that generation in economically, and you're buying back all your demand, okay? That's a possibility. I know it's unlikely, but that's a possibility, correct?
I mean, so let me make sure I understand what you're saying. So you've sold a generator into the capacity market, and then you're saying during that season, every single day it's on outage.
Yep. No, I'm sorry. Every single day is uneconomic.
That's correct. I mean, it could occur. You could sit there and have a generator that doesn't run the entire season, but it was made available.
A must offer the day ahead. You're providing an economic. You're providing your cost based offers, your market priced offers, your constrained offers, whatever they are. You're offering them in, and you're just not selecting the day ahead or the real time at any time during the entire quarter.
That's correct. That could occur.
That could occur. And say we add an extra 50 megawatts over that scenario we just talked about. Same thing. You never dispatch. You're just buying energy from the market cheaper than you could have generated it, right?
I mean,
That's the definition of not being dispatched.
yeah, I mean, if you're not being dispatched by default, you're buying cheaper than you could have generated.
Right. It's just a true fact. If you're offering economically and you're not committed, and you still have demand, that means the demand you're buying at is at a cheaper rate than what you could have been dispatched for. Okay.
Not 100% always, but more than likely.
Subject to constraints and.
That's correct,
Yeah,
subject to constraints.
Subject to constraints. Or uplift or any other, you're pushing back on TVA, but let's just talk about energy for a second.
Okay.
Now, let's take a scenario in which it's the opposite. Okay, you've offered in your 500 megawatts of the capacity auction. It's cleared every single day. The prevailing energy price is well in excess of your generation costs. Assuming you have 500 megawatts of demand, you're effectively paying the net at the end of the day is your own generation cost, right? Because everything you're selling in for, I don't know, $150 an LMP, you're buying back at $150 LMP, and you have whatever your average energy cost is internally to generate is your actual net cost. Is that right?
Assuming MCC and MLC are zero.
Yeah. Assuming, just forget constraints just for a second.
And, I mean, you also got losses in there too. You got the MLC component.
But it's effectively your generation cost is the hedge.
If your generation was committed day ahead at the same exact volume that you have load, then yes, correct, you would technically be serving yourself.
Okay. And if somebody threw you an extra 50 megawatts of demand at that point, and your demand is 550 megawatts in every hour, and you only have generation for 500, that incremental amount is going to cost you whatever that 50 megawatts of demand is in each and every hour times the LMP plus losses, whatever, right?
I mean, it'd be, yeah, depending on if you bought it day ahead, it'd be day ahead LMP, and if you didn't put it in your demand bid, it'd be real-time LMP.
But that's what you're paying for the incremental amount.
That's correct.
Okay. Is that the basis for this idea of charging them that, and I knew I said I was going to move on, but I'm not. But is that idea, the idea behind charging customers the higher of the LIC tariff rate, or I know what your interpretation is, whatever the LMP we bought at to serve this load?
I mean, that's the reason that LMP component was in there.
Okay,
for that
great.
reason.
That's why you did that.
That's correct. So
Okay.
that way our customers aren't paying for any, like, for example, if they have a unplanned outage and it occurs during Winter Storm Uri, then we have no exposure to that unplanned outage.
Okay.
Because these are units we don't control, we don't operate, we don't maintain, so we don't want to be exposed to something that we don't maintain.
Great. So does that mean then you're not, when you're doing your capacity planning, depending on that risky 50 megawatt amount to hold back generation capacity to serve?
So one more time, rephrase that question.
Okay. So is why you're doing that, the description I just gave you that, we wouldn't have been, it's an incremental amount over what we would have bought and sold and been hedging for. Is that because you're not, for capacity purposes, planning on meeting that variable out of nowhere 50 megawatt demand?
I mean, you're talking about like my capacity load submission?
Yeah. I mean, everything, what we just talked about, is that you only expected your demand to be 500 megawatts, right? You sold in, you bought back 500 megawatts. Out of nowhere, you got this random 50 megawatts that came out of nowhere. So you're saying, that's fine, we're going to charge you the higher of our tariff rate or LMP. Is that because you didn't plan on that 50 megawatts being there when you were doing all of your capacity planning, your IRP, when you bought in and sold back from MISO, when you did your load forecasting?
I mean, first off, I'd caution, we have to kind of separate the capacity and energy pieces because they are two separate, completely separate markets. Now, they're related, but they're separate markets.
Okay.
And so the LMP component was in there just to protect us during a Uri type event, so that way if the generator goes on outage.
Okay. But what I just was talking about, buying back for the capacity purposes, selling in and buying back, here's my expected demand, right? Correct? You wouldn't have sold your excess capacity if you needed to hold back that capacity to serve native load, right?
Well, I mean, the capacity, so once it's done, I mean, it's done. Like, you can't, as of, let's say, March of this year, once it's done, it doesn't matter what I do from here on out. So if I put it in there and something occurs, I can't go back and change my capacity submission. It's locked in.
I get that. That's not at all what I'm asking. I'm asking, if you have this, we'll call it protection on the energy side, that you get to charge whatever LMP is to this incremental unknown demand, you're doing that because you didn't, I'm asking, did you do that because you didn't include that 50 megawatts in your capacity planning?
I mean, it would depend on how you set it up in the capacity plan and the IRP modeling.
I'm asking how you all are proposing to set it up here.
Okay. So I mean,
So let's just take a step back. What we're talking about is an industrial customer with 70 megawatts of demand that they routinely serve with behind-the-meter generation with 50 megawatts of generation, okay? And all of a sudden, on a random cold day or hot day or whatever day, that generator goes down, you have to buy 50 megawatts of power, you are, quote, protected, the company, the utility is protected to the impact that that you all have to spend on energy to serve that 50 megawatt incremental amount. You're able just to pass that directly through to the customer under the energy component of this proposal, correct?
so I mean, as far as being able to pass through the cost, it says the actual LMP, so yes, we'd be able to.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be like getting into, I'm not being pedantic about that term anymore. That was
Okay.
me being pedantic about it was a while back. I'm just that's what it says, that you get to pass through whatever it says, but you get to pass through the cost of that incremental demand on energy prices, right? The
Just
amount you all paid for energy to
If we're
serve that
just
50
purely
megawatts.
talking about energy, then
Yes.
yes, we would be able to
Yes.
pass through that cost.
And the reason you did that, I'm asking, is the reason you did that is because you weren't planning on meeting that 50 megawatt demand in any of your capacity planning.
So it would depend on how you, again, like, if you're going back to the question, how would I do it in an IRP model, then I can answer that. But if you're asking something completely different,
I'm asking what you all are doing here in the interplay between the energy provision and the demand provision.
yeah, I mean, as far as the capacity, under this construct, you would be, planning to serve the full load. They would get the credit for the generator, so we would turn around and sell the generator to MISO. They would get all capacity dollars associated with it.
Okay.
So we would be planning to serve that full load now, but that does, being a co-op, that doesn't exclude us from trying to do the right thing. And if, for example, if it was cheaper to go and buy that generation, that capacity from them, we could always do a special contract and bilaterally buy that forward capacity from them.
Okay, so let's take a step back. When you say we're planning for them, does that mean you're holding back 50 megawatts to serve for those couple hours a year where there's a forced outage, for lack of a better term, of their behind-the-meter generation? Are you holding back, in that scenario, 50 megawatts of demand?
I mean, under the scenario I just described, you'd be planning to serve the full load.
Okay.
But again,
You keep saying the full load. You mean the 70 megawatts in this scenario we're talking about?
that's correct. But
Okay.
you would have the option to go out and do a special contract with them and purchase the capacity off that unit versus building.
Okay, so you were planning that full 70 megawatts to serve that load, right?
That's correct.
And that's 70 megawatts of capacity, correct?
That's correct.
And capacity is nothing if not the opportunity or ability to produce energy, correct?
I mean, that's correct.
Okay.
It's a future.
But under the energy provision, you're specifically not allowing them to get the energy from that 70 megawatts of capacity you're charging them. You're charging the higher of that or whatever LMP is, correct?
That's correct, but again, that's because we don't do the maintenance on that facility, so we can't control, like, it's a completely uncontrollable load.
But you've already planned to serve the entirety of the load, so why charge them anything other than, worst case scenario here, the tariffed rate?
I mean, you could make that case, but again.
I'm not making any case. I'm just asking the question. Why not charge them just the tariffed rate?
I mean, 'cause so there's multiple ways to look at it. If we go and buy the capacity from them versus, trying to sit there and build the generation. If we build the generation, then yes, it probably makes more sense just to charge the tariff rate. But if we go out and try to buy.
You say build the generation. You guys already own the 70 megawatts of generation under this scenario, right?
So under this scenario, we wouldn't. They would sell they'd sell that capacity into the market.
I'm sorry. I understood. You just told me a second ago that you're planning the entirety of your capacity to serve the entirety of their demand. The 20, the 50, the total 70. Correct?
That's correct. But again, as a co-op, we could go out there and do a bilateral contract with them to purchase that capacity from them,
Who are them?
like the standby customers. So if it's cheaper to do that, we would have that option versus to do some type of special contract.
You guys already have the demand, and you're saying here, when you're doing your planning, that you already have the generation to serve this customer, and you plan on allocating them the cost of that full 70 megawatts. Is that correct?
Well, as of right now, we have the capacity, but that capacity position is changing. MISO's constantly rewriting rules, so we may be flat today, but if we're flat 2 or 3 years from now, who knows?
Yeah, I'm just asking today about your current proposal and your current tariff and your current position in this case. You all are saying for a not quite so fictional 70 megawatt industrial customer who might have 50 megawatts of behind the meter generation of some sort, combined heat and power, or cogen, or QF, or just jet engine on its side, okay, that you would plan to meet their gross load, their internal demand, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and let's just assume that's 70 megawatts. But you will not give them the benefit of the energy cost related to that 70 megawatts. You're instead going to charge them the higher of that amount, or under your interpretation of the tariff, the higher of that amount or the prevailing LMP, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're charging them, in this scenario, for capacity that they don't have the right to the energy from. Is that right?
No, I don't know if I go that far with it.
All right, so let's just, before we take a break here, let's just think of a scenario here. Let's say the commission just says no, there is no backup tariff. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have an idea of Kimberly-Clark and Domtar's demands?
Yes, sir.
What's worse for you all? This proposal, or them just being on the large industrial tariff and being able to run generation behind the meter to which the demand rates are applied?
Well, I mean, if they're under the then at that point you're doing demand reduction. So whenever you go to submit your demand, instead of submitting 70 megawatts of demand, you're only net submitting 20 megawatts of demand. So now you've got generation behind the load, which is creating volatility for MISO. You're just creating a less reliable MISO system.
You said that's not your job. I'm asking for you, financially, what's worse? Applying the large industrial tariff to these folks, or applying the tariff you proposed?
I mean, it would depend. It's almost an impossible answer to question to answer because it depends on PRA.
Why would it depend on the BRA?
Because under this proposal, they're getting the credit back on the PRA price.
Yeah, but you've seen the calculations of what that amounts to. It pales in comparison to the application of the demand rate to the demand. Would you agree?
It has for 1 year. Well, I mean, 1 year it settled really low, another year it settled really high. So it just, again, it depends.
Yeah, I get that you've got a slope demand curve now, but at what rate would capacity have to, at what price would capacity have to clear for that to even be within the realm of possibility?
You know, I haven't done the calculation.
Right, so as a post-hearing data request, what I'd like to ask is, even if capacity clears at gross cone in all 4 seasons of the MISO capacity market, does it still wipe away the additional cost of just applying the difference of the two? Right?
Okay.
But that's not good for you all, and just brass tacks, for your income, for your revenue, if the large industrial rate was just applied times the fictional 20 megawatts as opposed to applying a tariff like this, right?
I mean, one more time on that?
Okay, just take a step back. You all had, apparently, seemingly, you all could propose whatever you wanted here. You all proposed whatever you wanted here. Do you think that your revenues would be, in the next year, that your revenues would be higher from these two industrial customers if we applied, knowing everything you know about the situation, if this tariff was applied versus just the large industrial tariff?
I mean, my assumption would we'd gather more revenue from this tariff than the other tariff.
I think that's right. And the reason for that is because the amount that the amount of demand that the demand rate applies to would be significantly lower if this didn't exist. Would you agree?
One more time on that?
Why is that?
It's because the PRA price has been low the last year.
You're charging them for capacity a lot more than the capacity credit they're getting. Would you agree?
That's correct.
You're charging them an embedded cost of capacity, that 50 megawatt increment, as opposed to what you all perceive to be the marginal benefit of the capacity that they're providing. That's your perspective.
I mean, I would say that's correct, but again, like I mentioned earlier, we could do a special contract and allow them to bilaterally sell that into the forward market. And that's at a much higher price than the PRA.
Can I interrupt just for a second? So you're already using this tariff, right? This is not proposed.
This tariff is not in, I mean, it'd have to get commission approved before we could use this new tariff.
Aren't they violating? My understanding was that you'd already imposed this, that you were violating the previous order by not following the previous tariff and imposing this one already.
So my understanding is this has not been imposed, it's a proposed.
Okay,
Well, they're under a different tariff right now.
okay. Sorry.
All right, so you're planning for one of these folks, about 70 megawatts of capacity, right?
That's correct.
You're under this proposal, your plan would be to tell, specific to one of these customers, to tell MISO, here's our entire demand expectation for the forward year for your next capacity auction, of which 70 megawatts of this demand is this industrial customer, correct?
That's correct. We'd have to, in the MISO submission, it'd be for the full 70 megawatts.
Okay. The majority of the hours out of the year, they're running generation behind the meter that reduces their demand to approximately 20 megawatts, correct?
I mean, so that's correct, but I mean, if you look at the way we do our load and generation now, we submit our full load and then we get capacity credits on that generation. Under this construct, they would get capacity credits on their BTMG.
Yeah, okay. So you sell it in, you buy it back, you're net long, whatever. But for the majority of the year, you don't need the full 70 megawatts to serve that customer, correct?
But if you look at MISO rules, and we just got audited by MISO just a while back, if you submit a BTMG, you're required to submit the full load. So that is a requirement.
You still didn't actually answer the yes or no. Is that correct? The best way to answer it is to actually answer it and then to explain why that is your response. Okay? So is that what you're doing today?
I mean, as of today, under the current construct, we just submit the net load. You submit the total load less the generator. But under this construct, you'd submit total load, and then you'd also submit the BTMG to MISO, and MISO would accredit that BTMG.
Okay. What I want to make sure that I'm clear about is that you're not claiming it's you just mentioned this audit and all this other stuff. You're not claiming it's a requirement that you include this as behind the load, behind the meter generation under MISO rules, correct?
So there's two different things. So if you submit the net load, there's no requirement that you can't reduce your load as of now. Now, SVP has a rule that says if your BTMG is greater than 15, you have to register it. But again, that's not MISO.
It's not applicable at all to this
It's
situation.
not applicable at all to that.
Yeah.
But there is a scenario under SVP you have to do that. So they are looking at these types of items per se. But there is no requirement that I have to register this BTMG.
Okay. So what I'm trying to ask is today you're just providing the 20 megawatts. Are you saying that?
So as of today, I mean, our net load submission would just be, it'd be that 20 grossed up by your transmission losses, your PRM and everything.
Okay. And your proposal is to go this way, claim you need the full 70, right?
And then you would submit the BTMG and MISO would give an accredit. Either way, you end up in the same.
But let's be clear, you're charging the customer for 50 megawatts of demand at the embedded tariffed demand rate and crediting back their 50 megawatts of behind the meter generation at the marginal price of capacity. Is that correct?
At the PRA price,
That's the marginal price, correct?
that's correct.
It's also a single clearing price auction similar to L&P, right?
It'd be an optimization engine just like L&P.
Yeah. But that's, can you all, what were the clearing prices? Just pick a season for Zone 6. So you all weren't in the breakout zone. What was $1 per megawatt? What do they do? $1 per megawatt day, am I so?
$1 per megawatt day.
What was $1 per megawatt day clearing price?
Let me pull it. I wrote it down.
Just in any of the seasons.
I'd have to look it up, but I know this latest auction we cleared at $30 a megawatt day for one of the seasons. I
Okay,
think
that's
one or
the
two
highest?
seasons. That was the highest.
They were down to $2 in at least one of the seasons,
I
right?
think it was 75 cents in one season.
75 cents. How many megawatts would you buy at 75 cents a megawatt day?
Well, I mean, I'd buy it to my load. I wouldn't buy more than my load just because it wouldn't make it would make more sense.
Yeah,
to
I mean, you have nothing to use it for, but you would take all the 75 cent megawatt day generation you could find, right?
I mean, if you told me it was going to indefinitely settle at 75 cents, I would never build a generator again in my entire life.
Yeah. That's why your demand rate's not reflective of a 75 cent a megawatt day rate, right? Because it's an embedded rate, not a marginal cost.
And yeah, that's correct. Our demand isn't embedded, but again, like I said, you could always do a special contract allowing them to sell it in the forward market,
Yeah.
which is $5 or $6 a kW month versus a $30 a megawatt day market.
Okay. So you, under this proposal, are going to charge a demand rate against the 70 megawatts. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Even if through an entire year, even if they don't demand 70 megawatts in any hour of their demand is not at, even if their demand is not at 70 megawatts during any given hour, correct?
That's correct because they're getting the BTMG credit.
Okay. What are you going to be doing with all that excess 50 megawatts of generation each and every hour of the day that's not going to serve that demand?
So are you now talking about the energy market?
Yeah. I mean, that's all we're talking about. The capacity is complementary to energy, right?
I mean, it is and it isn't, so it's a forward projection of the worst day, pretty much, or I wouldn't say the absolute worst day.
It's not the worst day anymore, right? It's a number of, I think in your testimony you even said, it's only 80% of it is based off the riskiest days, correct?
It is, 80% is on those tier 2, that's as far as generation accreditation, but you've got the load and the load submission requirements as well. And you got the PRM piece, so MISO dictates the PRM piece.
So what are you doing with the 50 megawatts the rest of the year?
So again, you're giving them the credit for it, you're giving them the dollars associated with that on the,
You're telling me you're holding back or buying and selling back an extra 50 megawatts of capacity to serve what they may demand at some point during the year if their generation is not running. Is that correct?
I mean, so you're putting 70 in there, but it just like any other BTMG, you're putting 70 in there, you got a 45 megawatt BTMG registered. MISO's net planning that there's an imbalance of 25, so that 25 is going to come from somewhere else. But I mean, together, it's the same thing. If I say, hey, I'm going to submit a 25, if all my load is grossed up to 25 megawatts in the submission, it's the same as versus 70 megawatt load and a 45 megawatt generator. I mean, the final number is the same.
What are you doing with that 50 megawatts the rest of the year? Are you offering it economically into the on a forward basis into the energy market?
So you're talking about the BTMG?
No, I'm asking about the 70 megawatts representative of this demand for this customer that you include in your capacity offers, in your capacity auction.
So I mean, the BTMG, I mean, they would be subject to MISO dispatching them under an emergency
I'm
condition.
not asking about their generation. I'm asking about your all's internal embedded generation that you're holding back or including in planning, whatever term you want to use, of 70 megawatts, representative of that industrial customer's entire gross demand in the highest hour or their highest hour of the year. What are you doing in any given hour where their demand is only 20 megawatts? What are you doing with that difference of 50 megawatts that you own?
Yeah, I mean, you're just offering units into the market. I mean, we're just going to offer the same generation units into the market regardless.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as them, like I said, you know, you as a co-op, you got a deal to try to do the right thing, and if it makes more sense to try to buy that capacity from them versus going out and building, then, I mean, you could always buy that capacity from them.
That's not what we're talking about though here. You guys aren't talking about going out and building, are you?
I mean, potentially in the IRP filing had some,
Yeah. Yeah. I found that IRPs are maybe not necessarily reflective of the most likely outcomes. You all don't have a CPCN in front of us, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. All right, we'll take a short recess. We'll come back at 11:05. Put back on the record in case number 2023-00312. Couple more questions here. Did you say you spoken with the person that created this tariff after they've left Big Rivers?
I don't know if it was after or before, but it was somewhere around there. I know he briefly discussed it with me, but again, it wasn't in any depth or any detail.
Was the previous order on this issue ever referenced, those conversations?
Not to my knowledge, but again.
You don't remember that?
Yeah, it's been a year ago, so I'm not gonna tell you if it was or wasn't, because I don't remember.
Good.
I mean, for the most part, I wasn't very involved in this.
Yeah, but you're very involved. You're very
I'm
involved
very
now,
involved
right?
now, that's
Whether you
correct.
want to be or not. Here we are. You're proposing this. Did you know throughout the pendency of this case that the utility had already proposed a standby or backup, whatever maintenance tariff before and it had been denied?
So I mean, are you talking about before this tariff was
So I'm
filed?
talking about before the hearing today. Did you know that Big Rivers had proposed a standby tariff and that had been denied?
I've heard that before.
You've heard it. Okay.
That's correct.
But did you know why it was denied?
I've heard the backup and maintenance issue is what I've heard.
Okay. But you hadn't read the order denying it.
That's correct.
And had you looked at the previous proposed tariff that was denied?
I've skimmed through it just for settlement purposes, but I'm not gonna tell you I'm an expert on it or anything. I haven't tried to study it just because we're trying to propose a new tariff.
The question I asked earlier to Mr. Berry about having conversations with Kimberly-Clark and Domtar about a successor rate or a new standby tariff following the denial of the other one, did you know that that was an expectation from the previous case? Had you ever had that conversation with anybody?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Are you aware of whether there were any discussions that occurred between Big Rivers, Domtar, and Kimberly-Clark since the entry of that order in that 2021 case about a successor or a new or a proposed standby rate?
I mean, I'm not the appropriate person to answer that. Again, my involvement was,
Well, I'm just asking, do you know?
I do not know.
Okay, so you heard Mr. Berry's testimony earlier that he didn't know of any discussions that had occurred. You were at Big River starting in January 2023 up to when this was filed in later 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you were not part of any of those discussions?
That's correct. I wasn't very
Okay.
involved in this tariff.
Okay. And when did you become the Vice President of Energy Services?
It was
Or
right
Energy
around-
Supply, sorry.
I think I took the interim position. It was either August or September, right in that time frame.
Okay. All right. If the COO wasn't part of any discussions that might have occurred, and if you weren't part of any discussions that might have occurred in your VP position or your previous position, who would have been part of those, based on your experience within the utility, part of those discussions?
I mean, it would have had to been the previous VP, Ron Repsher, or potentially Mark Eckert or somebody like that. But I mean, it's pure subjection on my part because I don't know.
You've never heard of those discussions happening?
Well, I mean, I don't know anything about it because I wasn't involved in it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you've never heard of that at all?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard people talk of stuff about it, but again, I don't really know anything about it. It was just stuff like that.
Okay. All right, so let me ask this. Have you ever heard anybody discuss that the commission required discussions to occur between Big Rivers and these two customers?
So that piece I'm not aware of.
Okay. You've never heard anything?
Yeah, that piece I don't know about. Now, if you're asking have discussions occurred, it seems like I've heard that there may have been some discussions, but again, I don't know any details surrounding it. And it's,
Who have you heard discussing that? Anybody that's still employed at Big Rivers?
nobody's still employed at Big Rivers. It seems like there may have been something, but again, you're talking a year-old knowledge, and I had very little involvement.
Okay. Mr. Barron, in his SIR rebuttal or SIRS, I don't know, most recent testimony, that's the best way to say it. In his most recent testimony, says something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it's important to identify, what was not addressed in your rebuttal testimony. And one of the things that he points out is that you did not address whether or not anybody had a structure that looked like this. Do you remember that?
I mean, I vaguely recall something about that.
Okay, and I, keeps me from having to pull something up and you turn in the page, but you remember him saying that you didn't identify anybody else that has a tariff that looks like this.
That's correct. I know
Okay.
it's somewhere in the document.
And,
too.
I'm just going to ask you a very direct question. Do you know any other utilities that have a tariff that mirror this?
I do not, but at the same time, most of the standby tariffs were drafted back in the old BA world and not in an ISO type structure too.
So you're saying that they're just inapplicable now?
I would say that large parts of them need to be modified, in my opinion.
Okay. So, okay. Well, let's take a step back. MISO's been around for 20 years, right?
That's correct. It's been around
PJM's been around for 20 years. Well, in its current form, 20 years, right?
That's correct.
Okay. There are lots of, and lots is a technical term, I know, but there are lots of vertically integrated utilities within PJM and MISO. Would you agree?
That's correct.
Okay. So there are dozens of vertically integrated utilities in MISO and PJM.
That's correct.
Okay. And this doesn't look like any of, that you're aware of, any of their,
Go out and research tariffs every day, so to my knowledge, I don't know of any, but that's not saying a lot.
okay. So, do you find it odd that this is what you say you would have come up with if given just an opportunity with no, no previous direction, but then you're unaware of anybody that actually does it this way?
I mean, from a market settlement and a market perspective and a risk mitigation perspective, I think the tariff makes sense.
Okay. Whose risk?
So Big Rivers and their members are basically our co-op members and the rural customers and all that. And so
Okay.
just trying to prevent risk on that piece. And I know I'm aware
What
of
risk?
Well, I mean, if the generator goes down and all of a sudden you're in a winter storm Uri and the generator goes down, and then now I'm buying 50 megawatts in the day-ahead market that I hadn't planned for, or 50 megawatts in the real-time market, then I mean, like you look at ERCOT, one of the co-ops down there went bankrupt, and so it's just trying to mitigate that risk component.
Okay. But you could do that just with the energy proposal that you have, without the capacity proposal, right?
I mean, you could do it, I mean, you could just put that one piece and you could leave the capacity piece out. I mean, they're two separate components. But we believe that they should at least get capacity value from that generator, so we thought it was only fair to give them that credit for it. I mean, that's the same
Why not just credit them? Why not just credit them by? Well, so you say that that's fair, but if they just stay on the large industrial rate, then they're effectively getting the credit for 50. Just the fictional, semi-fictional entity that we're talking about here that has a 50 megawatt behind the meter, load reducing generator. They're getting that 50 megawatts credited at, effectively, a credit at the embedded demand rate, correct?
So I mean, again, it depends on, are you assuming that you're taking that 50 megawatts out of the load and you're just charging them for the net load, which is what we would be doing.
But I think that's exactly how the current tariff, like the large industrial tariff, would treat that.
Yeah, I mean, and then at that point, I don't think, I mean, you got transmission costs that you got to build for that extra 50 megawatts, you're not recovering any of that. And so you're just you're basically, I'd say your cost shifting, in my opinion.
So that would argue for a reasonable separate tariff, right?
A reasonable what now?
Different tariff.
I mean, that's why we have this different tariff.
Right, except what you're doing here, just to be clear, is taking something that today is credited at the embedded rate and now giving them the marginal rate. But you're holding back the entirety of that accredited embedded generation to serve them, and then charging them either the worst of or the higher of the embedded energy rate and or the marginal energy rate, correct?
One more time?
Yeah. Under the energy side, let's just start there. They're going to pay the higher of the embedded energy rate or the, under your reading of it, the way you think, whatever the L&P you paid for, correct?
It says higher the actual LMP or the LIC.
It says, well, just bear with me here. It says exactly what it says, but that's what we're talking about, right? It says, you say it says the actual LMP, whether that's the day ahead or real time, that you bought for them,
That's correct.
or the embedded rate that's in the tariff.
That's correct.
Okay. And then today, they just chose to take under the industrial rate. They're getting that 50 megawatt, effectively. The benefit to them is not having to pay 50 megawatts of demand times the demand rate, correct?
I mean, as of today, and again, we're not recovering transmission. I mean, that 50 megawatts, you got transmission expenses that you have to pay to interconnect that facility. We wouldn't recover any of that for whenever that generator goes down.
If and when.
And it will occur.
Okay. How do you all allocate transmission costs to customer classes generally, on a CP or an NCP basis?
I'm not the appropriate person to tell you that.
I think Mr. Wolfram is the appropriate person for that. Don't you agree?
He would probably, and I don't want to speak on his behalf because I can't tell you, but he may be a more appropriate person than myself.
Yeah. Okay. What people use and when they use, when people use a service by the utility, strike that. The cost of providing a service is a function of what, when, and where as it relates to energy. Would you agree? Location of demand matters in the cost of providing energy. Would you agree?
I would agree with that.
Okay. When the demand occurs matters in the cost of providing energy. Would you agree?
Time of day matters.
Time of day, time of year
Time
matters.
of year,
Would
time
you
of
agree?
month. That's
Okay.
correct.
If a customer comes to you and says, all right, what do you think is going to be cheaper? Me buying 50 megawatts over a 24-hour period on the 5th of January or on the 5th of April? What do you think is going to be more expensive for me?
You're talking about.
What would you say?
You're talking about they come to me today for 5th of January 2025?
Just any day. Just generally, I'm going to occasionally have to use 50 megawatts of energy. I'd like for you to tell me, in your experience in energy trading, when it's more likely to be expensive. April the 5th or January the 5th of any given year.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. So it's a discrete function. You're giving me 2 days,
That's right. Which
January
is generally more expensive.
January 5th.
Okay. And if I asked you, based on your significant experience in power trading, hey, I have discretion of when I use this 50 megawatts. I want you to save me as much money as possible. Should I schedule that usage on January the 5th or April the 5th? What would you say?
I mean, if you got a generator, and I mean, let's just say you're self-scheduling. I'd much rather use self-schedule on January 5th than I would April the 5th.
And why is that?
Just because prices in January tend to be higher. I mean, if you're hitting Winter Storm Uri type events, potentially an Elliott, you got major winter storms occurring that occur during the winter. But again, it's not to say that the spring, I mean, in the past, I would have said, okay, spring there's a lull, prices go down, but anymore, it's not always the case. We've actually had quite a few units running lately because of outages. So as that capacity gets tighter and you get into outage season more, we're actually seeing MISO having issues during the spring and fall as well.
Why does have you ever heard the term outage season?
Oh, I mean, it's a common term in the market.
What does it generally mean? Let me ask it. Is it generally that at periods of lower gross demand, generators tend to take their maintenance outages so that there's adequate generation to otherwise serve demand?
That's correct, but we're also starting to see in the markets, we're also starting to see generators take outages at other times because outage season is getting rough.
Yeah. Is that second answer the basis at all that you remember for your testimony, rebuttal testimony, data request responses? Is that all? Is that before that answer now? Has that been given as support for this proposal?
I think at one point in one of the data requests, we talk about that, and we talk about how, and I'd have to go back to the actual data request itself, but we talk about how in the past, mice used to have all the incidents during summer, then it went to summer and winter, and then now we're starting to see summer, winter, spring, and fall. And so if you look at the emergency declarations, they're starting to occur in every season.
Emergency declaration?
So MISO issues emergency declarations. They could issue conservative operations, max gen alert, all those different types of declarations. And again, in the past, you would have seen them primarily just in summer, but they don't always just occur in summer anymore.
Do you believe that the PRM clearing prices are reflective of the relative risk of not being able to meet aggregate demand in those seasons? The higher the capacity price, the more likely it is, all else equal, that aggregate demand will exceed aggregate generation?
I would say, again, I'm going to keep going back to it. I think there's a complete disconnect between capacity and energy. They're two separate markets. So you can see capacity, you'll see capacity market saying, hey, look, everything's great, we have no issues. And then energy, you end up in an emergency declaration and they can't meet load.
Okay, can you help me explain why that is, why you answered it that way for the question that I just asked?
Because I just want to make sure that there's a distinction, capacity market and energy market. They're two different things.
Yeah, no, I got that.
So
I'm
capacity-
asking is the fact that certain, in this last year, that certain periods across the RTO, is in MISO, certain seasons cleared at a higher price than other seasons. Is that a reflection that in the seasons in which the price cleared higher, is that a reflection of the relative risk in those seasons of aggregate generation not being able to meet aggregate demand?
I mean, it's a yes and no answer. I hate to keep giving you that. But I mean, you'll see low capacity clearings and all of a sudden you'll see emergency events. You'll see high capacity dollar clearings. You'll see emergency events. And again, the capacity market, it's a planning. Like you're going out there, you're planning, saying, here's what I think is going to happen. Well, once you get to the energy markets, well, this is what actually happened. You know, you're forecasting a 90,000 megawatt load. Well, for 105,000 megawatts, the load blew past. And so capacity dollars and energy dollars, they're not always correlated.
Yeah, I'm not talking about, I'm merely talking about demand, load, whatever phrase you want to use, and supply. And that the expected relationship between those two is reflected and correlated to, whatever you want to say, reflected in the prevailing price of the auctions for those seasons.
I mean,
That in seasons where demand is expected to be far short of supply, relative to a season in which demand is closer to expected supply, the former has a lower clearing price than the latter.
I mean, if you look at it, and we've seen this a couple times, the winter clears, capacity markets, it clears next to nothing. But when do most of your emergency events occur? They occur in winter. You know, some of the biggest events lately have all been during that winter period. And so, I mean, sometimes there's a complete disconnect between them.
Okay, so I'm asking about expectations, and you're talking about actual experience. Do you see the distinction? You're bringing in energy. You're bringing in energy in your response. The question is exclusively about forecasted demand.
If you're just talking purely capacity, just ignoring what actually happens, you know, the higher the load, the less supply, you know, the more demand there is in supply, of course you're going to have a higher capacity because it's a marginal auction.
Okay. Do you find that there is a correlation between expected demand and expected supply relative to each other in particular seasons and when most generators choose to take a maintenance outage?
I mean,
Let me ask a different question. Are generators more likely to take a maintenance outage on April 5th than they are January 5th? All else equal.
all else equal, they're more likely to take it on April 5th than January 5th.
Thank you. And why is that?
It's because overall load is lower, but again, we are starting to see people,
Actually lower or expected to be lower?
they're expected to be lower.
Okay, thank you. And stuff happens.
Oh, all kinds of stuff happens.
Great. Okay. Do you all schedule maintenance outages?
We do.
And what are the considerations that you all make in determining when to schedule maintenance outages?
Well, I mean, we have to look at a multitude of factors. So we have to go pull MISO maintenance margins. We have to see, make sure the maintenance, because they're on the capacity side, there's all kinds of capacity rules where it affects your future capacity accreditation. So number one, we have to make sure the maintenance margin is greater than 0. We have to make sure that they're scheduled so far in advance, or we don't get a time request exemption. And so we're looking at all that. Then we're also thinking of forward of LMPs. Well, is this an optimal time from an LMP perspective to schedule it? We're also looking at contractors.
I'm sorry, just clarity. You're saying that you all are able to take into account what you think the forward pricing of energy is in determining when to take your own generation off?
I mean, we're considering it. It's not the primary factor. The primary is more contractor availability.
But you're able to take that into account?
We do consider it at least.
Okay. So like, if there were 2 1-month periods in the future and you all could do either one, you would probably choose the one in which the replacement energy is cheaper.
That's correct. I mean, I'm going to schedule an outage over a weekend versus a weekday on general.
And having that advance notice and knowing that you are flexible can impact the ultimate price that you all have to pay for replacement energy.
I mean, the smarter the decisions you make, of course you're going to be able to lower your costs in general.
But a kind of direct question. Having that knowledge in advance and the flexibility to take that into account, the idea is to reduce cost to consumers. Is that right?
I mean, that's the idea. It doesn't always work, but that's the idea in general.
Okay.
And like, we just had an outage on Wilson the other day, and it crossed 2 weeks into a month, and so we couldn't go out and forward hedge it, so we had to take it in the day ahead market. So again, you can't always, even though if you know about it, doesn't mean you can always do something about it.
Okay. Mr. Buckley, any redirect?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wright, maybe we start with a question that came up a while back about supplemental power. Why don't you explain to everybody what supplemental power is under the tariff and under general kind of accepted terminology?
Okay, so supplemental power is the amount of power that's being used above their generator. And so it would be anything in excess of that generator to meet the full load requirement.
And that is charged under the proposed tariff in what way?
It'd be charged full LIC rates.
Is it your understanding that basically everyone agrees that that is the normal and acceptable approach to supplemental power?
Yeah, I don't think there's any controversy on that item.
And so supplemental power, again, is basically the standard, normal, 24/7 pull from the grid by this customer, and that Big Rivers is expected to be available and ready to supply 24 hours a day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, for instance, in Kimberly-Clark's situation, they have a cogen unit. I think the testimony reflects, subject to check, that it's 57% of the total load of the facility, gross load,
Okay.
is served by Big Rivers, and roughly 43% is typically served by their cogen unit. Does that sound, do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that sounds reasonable.
Now, we talked about supplemental being the 57%, that 43%. Kimberly-Clark expects Big Rivers to serve that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Is that correct?
You're
Not
talking about,
does Big Rivers provide the energy pursuant to that need, but Kimberly-Clark expects that energy to be available to them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout the year. Is that correct?
so you're talking about the maintenance and backup piece?
Basically, just kind of differentiating between supplemental power on the one hand and the power that the customer doesn't require delivered every minute of the day, but does expect Big Rivers to have available to it 24 hours a day.
That's correct. We would be expected to serve it in the case of a generator outage.
And that's immediately. Big Rivers is expected to immediately provide that energy.
That's correct.
And reliably.
That's correct.
Basically simple concepts, but BREC is expected to be available. So in terms of the costs to make that energy available under supplemental power, what type of cost does that include on the demand side? Let's start not on the the day ahead or real-time energy side, but on the demand side of rate making, what costs typically kind of formulate that supplemental power demand rate?
And you're talking just on the supplemental piece?
Correct.
Okay. So on that piece, I mean, you're gonna have employees, I mean, you got headcount, you got labor, you got the cost of transmission, the cost of generation to be able to serve that. So I mean, there's all kinds of components going into it. But those are some of the big ones.
So transmission costs you mentioned are one, the actual infrastructure to deliver that supplemental power.
That's correct.
You know, security, things like that that's necessary to support that supplemental power.
That's correct.
Capacity, I mean, I think you touched on it, but the capacity necessary, should that power be needed, and under supplemental power situation, it's always.
It's always needed.
But that capacity piece, that's a piece of that demand cost, or that demand charge, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, compare those costs for supplemental power against the costs for that other 43% with respect to demand.
Okay.
Is there any difference in Big River's costs to provide that 43% backup power, let's call it, versus that 57% supplemental power, from only a demand perspective?
I mean, they would be the same. We'd still have employees, we'd have headcount, we'd have transmission. I mean, you've got to, if you're wanting to serve the full, let's say you had 70 megawatts of load and you want to serve that, you had 20 megawatts of, let's say supplemental, that 50 megawatt generator, you'd have to have enough transmission to build to serve that entire 50 megawatts regardless of when it's out or not out. So you have to have that availability.
Okay. Now, and this goes to that maintenance / backup charge that you mentioned a minute ago, but in terms of, well, I'll come back to that in a minute. The LIC tariff that we were discussing a little bit ago, in terms of how does it treat that backup piece, that piece, that 50 megawatts in Domtar's situation that it expects to have available under the LICSS tariff, but how would it be treated under the LIC tariff if they chose to get power into the LIC tariff?
I mean, you're basically not recovering it. You're not getting, capturing any of that transmission costs associated with the build out to serve that customer. You're not capturing headcount, labor, all those different costs that go into it.
And naturally, Kimberly-Clark or Domtar, whomever would be selecting, Big Rivers would not be ready to serve them that additional 50 megawatts or 57% or 43% or whatever it would be. Is that right?
We'd be required to serve it, but we wouldn't be recovering costs associated with it.
Okay. And if under the LIC tariff, that customer is identifying the demand that they expect you to serve, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then functionally they're charged that amount based on how much they ultimately use, is that correct?
So are you talking demand or energy?
Well, I guess I confuse those, but the demand is on the front end, and that's on expected use, or the use that Big Rivers has to be prepared to provide on any given day during that billing period. Is that right?
That's correct. That'd be my assumption. I'm not a billing wizard, but that's my assumption.
Sure. Okay. Turning for a moment to accreditation. We talked about that briefly. You had some questions on that. Is accreditation unusual in MISO, would you say, of behind-the-meter generating units?
No, it's very common. I think there's 4,000 megawatts of BTMGs registered in MISO is what I saw at one point. I think it was 3,000 or 4,000.
And all of that behind-the-meter generation that you're describing, that's reflected in MISO, is accredited. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was from one of the MISO reports.
And if it wasn't accredited, would MISO know about it?
They would not. They would have, if you did it on the load piece, they would never even know it existed.
And is that a bad thing?
I mean, it definitely hurts reliability. I mean, the grid's only supposed to get tight over the next couple of years. So, I mean, you're doing that, and then now you've got weather volatility on load, plus you've got hidden generator volatility on load. It just creates a less reliable grid.
So, the alternative, let's back up for a minute. The proposal by Big Rivers under the tariff is to, in the capacity market to purchase the total gross load of a particular customer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is consistent with MISO rules if you have a behind-the-meter generator that's accredited.
That's correct.
Alternatively, and kind of historically, what has a utility done differently?
Yeah, I mean, so if you don't have the BTMG registered, then you do your load less the generator, so you're giving it what I call an artificial accreditation. So if the unit doesn't perform well in the winter, you're saying, hey, it's worth 50 megawatts. Well, in the winter, it may perform even worse than that. And so you're saying, hey, here's my net load. And so that's the reason I call it an artificial accreditation, because you're doing their gross load less your artificial accreditation of their generator, which does not really reflect the reliability risk in MISO.
You mentioned earlier that SPP, and that's Southwest Power Pool, another
That's correct.
RTO, that they do have a requirement that behind-the-meter generators are accredited or registered, whatever that term is in that framework. Is that correct?
Well, not completely. I think they have to be over a certain size. I think it's 12 or 15, something like that. But anything over that size would have to be registered in SPP.
Why do you think that requirement exists?
It's for reliability reasons, so that way SPP knows about it and they can kind of gauge that reliability risk of that unit. And again, you can at that point, you can look at each individual unit and say, well, here's the reliability, that value that it has, that accreditation. Because one unit, if you have two identical 15 megawatt units, one may be, okay, we think it's worth 10 megawatts of accreditation. Well, one may be on outage all the time and it's 5 megawatts. And so it's taken into account the characteristics of those units.
Do you think that's the trajectory that this type of service is going? The Southwest Power Pool requiring behind-the-meter generators to be registered, is that the path you see going forward?
I mean, I can't tell you what MISO will ultimately do, but I mean, I think it's wise. I think there's wisdom in it, so that way they have a better viewpoint on what the grid is, what the load, what the generators that exist in the market, so that way they can more accurately model the reliability of the grid.
And ultimately, it's a matter of risk. Is that right?
That's correct. They don't want to go on the TV and have to report that they had to curtail load. Just no more than we do.
And on the issue of risk, the alternative to acquiring or planning to serve the full gross load of these customers is purchasing less than their full load, their full possible load. And as history has shown, there will be an outage that is forced, and we will have to serve that load immediately and reliably, as you testified. Now, if Big Rivers does not acquire the capacity necessary to serve that full load, does that introduce risk to Big Rivers and its members?
I mean, if you're not planning for stuff and it occurs, then of course you've got risk associated with it. Because ultimately, it may be a low probability event, but eventually it'll occur.
And that's what, is Big Rivers trying to avoid that risk by designing the tariff in this fashion?
That's correct. I mean, the whole goal of the tariff design is risk mitigation for the members.
Turning back to maintenance power for a moment.
Okay.
The concept of maintenance power, that it is, well, why don't you describe the concept of maintenance power again for us?
So you want me to clump maintenance and backup together, or?
Well, I guess historical concept of maintenance power, describe that.
Okay. So I mean, it would be having the generation available to serve them under a maintenance type outage event. So whenever they have a future maintenance event, they gave us notice, it would be the capacity available to serve them during that period, or the energy available.
I'm sorry, just to be clear for your response, capacity or energy?
No, in this case, it'd be energy.
Thank you.
Sorry, I messed up on my side too.
No, that's fine. I couldn't tell if you were saying capacity and energy, or you were meaning energy to replace the word capacity.
Yeah, I accidentally misspoke.
So could you maybe repeat that one more time? I'm sorry, now I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, so the maintenance would just be having the energy available to serve that demand, or I guess in this case, you'd also have to have the capacity available to serve them too.
On that capacity front,
That's correct.
the maintenance power, the capacity available to serve the maintenance power, is there any additional capacity that Big Rivers would need to acquire in addition to the backup power that is required to provide on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at a moment's notice? Is there any additional capacity that Big Rivers would need to go out and acquire to serve a maintenance type outage that it's been given notice of?
I mean, it would depend on how long the outage is. So if it's a lengthy outage, then yes, we'd have to go out and procure additional capacity for it. But
Why is that the case?
I mean, this is where it gets a little, I guess on the BTMG, if they had well, the way MISO models it, they don't put crow tickets in on it. Trying to think of the appropriate way. Now, on our generators, if we did it, then we would basically not get capacity accreditation for it. We could either forego the auction for that season, or we could offer it in at a high price to account for the fact that we'd have to potentially buy it back.
Okay. So, I think I've confused myself a little bit, but on the capacity front, if you've secured enough capacity to serve the 53% supplemental power, or 57% or whatever it is, as well as the necessary capacity to plan to serve the 43% other need,
Okay.
what other capacity does Big Rivers need to go out and acquire in the event that there's another outage that might be planned?
So you're talking about if we procured the whole thing, then the
Yeah,
supplemental.
is there any other capacity that Big Rivers would need to plan to provide? I guess I'm saying, is adding a maintenance outage to the calendar impact Big Rivers capacity planning when it's already counted the backup situation?
One more time. Sorry.
Does adding a planned maintenance outage to the calendar sometime in advance, on the demand side, we're only talking demand charges for this conversation right now. Are Big Rivers costs increase, decrease, stay the same if they've already gone out and procured enough capacity for supplemental power and everything else? Is there any additional capacity that Big Rivers would need to acquire if you decided to, does a planned outage really make any difference to Big Rivers at this point?
I mean, so if you've got all the capacity procured and then you've met everything, then there wouldn't be a difference.
Okay.
But if you haven't procured the capacity, then now you can potentially run into a shortfall scenario.
Sure. So there's no additional capacity, and are there any additional transmission-related costs, the infrastructure necessary to serve that load? Whether is there any impact to those costs if it's a planned outage or a unscheduled outage?
I mean, you'll have transmission costs. I mean, you gotta have the facility, the transmission lines, the distribution lines built out to serve that entire full load, regardless of whether that generator's running or not.
And so, and I think you just said this, but fundamentally, the risk, if you don't plan, if you're not planning to serve the demand, there is no risk with respect to maintenance. It does not harm Big Rivers or benefit Big Rivers to add a maintenance, to have a noticed planned outage. Is that right?
I mean, assuming you've procured capacity and you've got the generation available, then no.
Now, there's nothing that would prevent Domtar or Kimberly-Clark from planning an outage in advance, and they will necessarily be required to under MISO, is that correct?
I mean, so under the BTMG qualification as it currently stands, I don't think there's a lot of qualifications for them to have to go out there and put it way in advance.
There's nothing that prevents them from evaluating the energy prices, current and future markets, and scheduling their outages when they wish. Is that right? And benefiting from those outages.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, they would be wise on their side if they plan the outages at the optimal times, just like we trying to do the same thing.
But from Big River's perspective, whether they plan their outage or not, our members, Big Rivers and its members, do not have increased risk because of this service that they're requesting. Is that right?
Under this tariff proposal, that's correct. We remove the risk and pass it to them.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
You gave a response a minute ago. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You guys have the capacity to serve the entirety of the, we'll call it gross demand, right? If you guys are planning to have that capacity, because I think your comments are, you know, we never know when they're going to need the energy, but so we've got to have the power available to them.
I mean, I haven't done scenarios to say.
Well, let me get to the question. Sorry. So
Okay.
if that's what you're doing, the proposal here is that you guys want to keep that gross capacity available to serve them in their time of need, then why not charge them exclusively the tariffed energy rate, since you're serving them arguably with the embedded, owned, contracted for, whatever, planned for generation?
I mean, you could potentially do it. I mean, that's one way to, there's 1,000 different ways to structure a deal. So, I mean, you could structure it that way, but what happens during a winter storm Uri, you're told day ahead they're gonna run. I mean, absent capacity, just ignore capacity in general. They told you during winter storm Uri, they're gonna run, your generator trips offline, and you're now buying 50 megawatts in the real-time market at $2,000–3,000 LMPs. So you've got a, you know, the normal risk component is your load comes in higher, something like that, or our generator trips offline. But in this case, you've introduced another variable. You've introduced their generator, which they're maintaining. We have no involvement in the maintenance of it. So day ahead, it could say, oh, it's available, and then it trips offline in real time. Now all the members are bearing that risk based upon a maintenance schedule and the way they do maintenance that we have no control over.
But you have enough generation in that scenario, the way you're proposing to do things, to serve that additional demand, correct?
Well, I mean, in real time, you get instantaneous prices. You got 5 minutes. Nobody can respond in 5 minutes on a generation unit. And if you look at our stack, you know, the quickest unit that we have that can respond is, I think it's almost 40 minutes. So, I mean, it's
Well,
complete.
in most
exposure.
RTOs, that'd be a fast. They'd get extra money for being a fast response, whatever the term is, generator at 40 minutes. That seems fast pursuant to some rules. But
Yeah.
you guys aren't dispatching to serve your own generator. That's the old BA model, right?
That's the old BA model, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, the only way you could cover that risk would be to self-commit in real time.
I don't understand that, because what we talked about earlier is insofar as your you all have a physical hedge in the sense that you all, especially if you're planning to have enough capacity to serve all of the demand, including this demand that's occasionally or mostly covered by behind the meter generation, then net you should still be, if not long, at least adequate with your aggregate demand and aggregate generation, right?
I mean, now you're getting into the blend of capacity and energy. So capacity, yes, you plan for it, but from an energy perspective, you may not. So from an energy perspective, if you sold all your generators day ahead, let's say all your generator units cleared day ahead, and they trip offline, now I have no generators available in real time to cover that exposure.
Okay.
Because the real-time market's an imbalance market. If I sold all those generators day ahead, then I can't produce more than my day-ahead sell if I sold them at max limits.
But wouldn't it be handy? Okay, I'll leave it.
Mr.
Mr. Buckler?
Um,
Let me ask the question. Isn't that materially distinguishable from knowing about that existence of 50 megawatts demand 6 months ahead of time?
Well, I mean,
The risk is different, would you agree?
so, again, it depends on if you can go out there and so it depends on the time of that. If it's a one-day outage, what am I gonna do 6 months in advance?
Respectfully, Mr. Wilson, the answer to every question ever asked in this hearing room, with the exception of what's your name and address, can be answered with, it depends. I'm asking, do you believe the risk profile of knowing you're gonna have 50 megawatts of demand 6 months ahead, and knowing in 5 minutes ahead that the risk to the utility is different?
I mean, I'd definitely say there's more risk in the 5 minutes ahead, just because the real-time price is more volatile. A forward market is a little bit more stable.
And the purpose of this tariff, for your testimony today, is to reduce the risk to the utility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're reducing the risk by charging the customers your embedded expenses regardless of demand or circumstances, correct?
One more time?
You're reducing your risk by charging these particular customers embedded costs, embedded rates, regardless of circumstances or demand, correct?
So you're talking about just charging the full LIC demand rate. Is that correct?
Effectively, that's what you're doing, right? You're charging them at their aggregate total demand and then giving them a credit back for their generation. That's what you're doing to reduce your risk, correct?
From a demand and capacity perspective, that's correct.
And what you're doing on the energy front is ignoring what you did on capacity and charging them higher of your embedded energy rate or the prevailing LMP. I get your response earlier, whether it was purchased in the day or hit a real-time market, correct?
I mean, I think we may have differences of thoughts here a little bit.
I don't know, is what I said incorrect?
I mean, again, I wouldn't say they're necessarily the same, just like I was talking about earlier. You know, you do something day ahead and you only buy 20, and then all of a sudden the generator trips offline and you got 70 in real time.
All I'm asking is, would you agree that you are attempting to reduce your risk by charging them the higher of either the embedded energy rate that's in your tariff or the prevailing LMP, whether you purchase it, this is your testimony, whether, and how you read the tariff, whether it was purchased in the day or hit a real-time market?
Yeah, by doing that.
That's how you're reducing your risk.
That's correct, but through the LMP approach.
Or the higher of the two.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And why the higher of the two? What if the embedded rate is higher? Wasn't that a benefit to the utility in selling generation higher than what you had to buy it back for?
You know, I didn't draft that component. It's just speculation.
Well, I get that, but nobody that did draft it is here, and you told us earlier that this is how you would have done it if you would have drafted it. So why the higher?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's exactly how I would have done it. I would have put a bilateral component in there where we could bilaterally sell that capacity.
That's a material change. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, it's a big change, but I've mentioned it multiple times throughout the hearing.
Yeah. That's different than what's followed.
That's
Different than-
correct, but we can also do special contracts that would allow them to do that.
So let me just ask again, why the higher of the two? If the embedded rate is higher than LMP, and it's your birthday, but there's a surprise party for surprise, right? All of a sudden, we'll have 50 megawatts of demand I need you to buy from, and you're able to buy it for less than you just sold it for. Why charge that customer the higher of those two?
You know, trying to answer that, I can't 100% give you the answer to that question.
Yeah. Is it because the proposal here is to maximize the amount of billing to these two customers?
You know, again, I didn't draft this proposal.
No. Okay. Mr. Buckler, any more redirect?
Just one quick clarification, Mr. Chairman. You had asked about Big Rivers is addressing risk with respect to embedded costs of capacity regardless of demand. but I think I just want to clarify, it's not regardless of demand. The amount we're charging them for their capacity and demand-related costs is a function of the demand, but the actual energy, the actual load that is ultimately used, there's a difference there, right? I'm just trying to clarify that it's not that that Big Rivers is trying to address risk with respect to embedded costs by ignoring demand. I think that, is that right? I mean, it's that it's irregardless, basically, if that's a word, which is, I don't think it is, of the actual load that the actual take. Is that
Sorry.
accurate?
I'm sorry you lost me in it.
I think it's a distinction we've made clearly already, Mr. Chairman. We'll just move on if that's acceptable.
Under your proposal, is there a difference between the amount of demand the customer has in using their electricity, okay, and the amount of demand that they are demanding of you in that amount of time
So
for capacity planning purposes?
I'll rephrase that one more time.
Yeah. Are you looking at how much demand they're demanding from the meter in every single hour of the year or throughout the year, or how much electricity demand they use as an industrial process?
Are you talking about under this current
Talking about
proposal?
specifically the type of questions that Mr. Buckley, in the context that Mr. Buckley was just asking.
Well, I didn't really give him a good answer because I asked for clarification on
Yeah.
his question.
You
Sorry.
care more about the fictional 70 megawatts that they might use throughout the year as a total industrial process than the running demand that they have throughout the year through the meter from Big Rivers and Kenergy. Would you agree with that? For planning purposes.
I think it's a combination of both, because I mean, you're looking at, so you're doing the 70 megawatts on full demand submission, but again, they're getting capacity accreditation on it. And so they're getting a capacity accreditation less than the value of their generator. And so again, we could always do a bilateral deal to purchase that, so your net, or MISO's net is less.
Do you worry that if this is applied broadly to all the member owners that you have, that we're going to look at what you are using, what demand you have and you're using at your home or your business, as opposed to necessarily what's running through the meter? That by looking at it exclusively from that perspective or primarily from that perspective, that you're incentivizing customers to reduce their demand at certain times or to invest in behind the meter generation to avoid these charges?
I mean, so this tariff just applies to the LICS, these
I get
handful
that.
of customers. So I wouldn't necessarily say we're incentivizing it, but I mean, again, it's all ultimately gonna depend on that PRA clearing price. And so you could encourage, if you get a high clearing or you again do a special contract for a bilateral and that price is strong, it could encourage generation. It just ultimately depends on the market.
Mr. Buckley? All right, thank you, Mr. Wilson. You may step down. We've hit 12. Let's take a recess for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I'd ask Mr. Depp if you'll call Mr. Wolfram first. And Mr. Wolfram will have an hour to make sure he gets familiar again with the LIC tariff. I think it charges on a non-coincident demand, but maybe go back and look at his last embedded cost of service study and see how he allocates production and transmission expense for the relative classes on whether or not it's on an NCP or CP basis. Will do. All right, we will come back at 1 o'clock. the record in case number 2023-00312. Mr. Deputy, like to call your next witness?
Yes, I think by popular demand, we'll call John Wolfram.
All right, Mr. Wolfram, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do, so help me God.
Please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Wolfram, and my address is 3308 Haddon Road, Louisville, Kentucky, 40241.
Okay. Mr. Depp?
Thank you. Mr. Wolfram, did you file any direct or rebuttal testimony in this case?
No.
Did you sponsor data request responses in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have any additions or corrections to those data request responses?
No, I do not.
So if we were to ask you those questions today, your answers would be the same for those?
Yes, they would.
Witnesses available for cross?
Counsel?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Chairman. Vice Chair? Any questions? Good afternoon, Mr. Wolfram.
Good afternoon.
Are you aware of? Are you aware of the tariff charges for the LIC for customer? Well, take a step back. Do you know how large industrial customers of Kenergy, for instance, are served demand rates, and how Kenergy is served, or how Kenergy is charged demand rates for those for the exact same demand by Big Rivers?
So I know how Kenergy is charged for its large industrial customer demand by Big Rivers through the LIC tariff. And then my recollection is that Kenergy has retail tariffs for its large customers that are separate from those that they have with Big Rivers.
Okay. Do you know whether Kenergy's tariffs are for their retail consumers that would be like LIC-esque, right? Do you know if that's effectively a sleeve, or do you know whether there's a mismatch between the rates that are charged between those two? So Kenergy gets its power under all requirements contracts from Big Rivers, right? Sorry. Yeah. Yes?
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta say it out loud. That's your understanding, right?
yes,
Okay. And then Kenergy is the retail service provider, or the retail electric provider.
yes.
Okay. Do you know whether Kenergy's demand rates and structure for LIC customers is effectively a sleeve for Big Rivers, or if there's a disconnect between the way Kenergy is served for that demand and Kenergy charges for that demand?
My recollection is that Kenergy's large industrial customer rates for demand and energy differ from those in the tariffs that it pays to Big Rivers for the LIC rate.
Okay. So it's not just a pass-through. Was that your understanding?
That's my recollection,
Okay.
subject to check.
So do you know? So do you know what the LIC standard LIC demand rate is for Big Rivers? Would you be
Yes.
what's that?
Yes,
Would you be surprised given that it's $10, $10.7150 per kW
that's
of all
correct.
kW billing demand?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you be surprised if Tariff, Kenergy, Tariff, God, the way these tariffs are numbered and identified is always fun. What'd you say, Schedule 34? Large industrial customers served under special contract with delivery points. That, for instance, that demand charge is also $10.715 per kW.
That's not surprising
Okay.
to me.
And that the energy rate seemingly is the same as well,
That is also not surprising.
but that that at least for Kenergy there might be a customer charge related as opposed to Big Rivers might not charge that.
Yeah, the
Customer
retail,
charge.
the retail tariff probably has, likely has a monthly fixed charge of some sort in addition to the demand and energy, yes.
Okay. So let's go back to Big Rivers for a second. It's my understanding, based on the tariff that was proposed here, that, get it in front of me here, that it's based upon the application of that demand charge is to the higher of the maximum integrated metered 30-minute non-coincident peak demand or the established it says contact, but I think that's an error in the tariff, contract demand, if any, plus an energy charge calculated by multiplying the energy charge by the meter consumption of kWh in that month. That the demand charge is applicable to the customer's highest peak demand in that month.
I'm sorry, are you asking about the LIC tariff?
That's right.
So for the LIC, it should be based on a NCP demand, which is the highest billing amount in the month.
Okay.
That
And
sounds
it's-
right to me.
Yeah, so it's just NCP previous month billing, KW times the KW per dollar amount.
Right, subject to if there may be a power factor adjustment or something of that sort, but yes.
Okay. That is different than, let's say, like your experience with LG&E KU's tariffs, which aren't reset every single month based on demand, the applicability of the demand rate, right?
Well, so I don't know. off the
There's
top
lots
my
of
head,
changes, but
so even at Big Rivers, the RDS tariff uses CP demand, the LIC tariff uses NCP demand. So it can vary utility by utility and tariff by tariff.
But it's the most recent month. It doesn't matter that your demand in that last billing month was 20 kW or 20,000 kW or whatever. It's that demand or contract, the higher of the two, and it resets every single month. That's what I'm trying to ask
For Big Rivers.
for Big Rivers, for
I
this
think-
LIC tariff.
I think that's correct. I don't have the LIC tariff in front of me, but I think that's correct. I don't recall,
Okay.
I don't think there's a ratchet on there for demand, so I think that's true.
Okay, all right, great. Do you know when Big Rivers is conducting its when proposing new rates here at the commission, or internally doing its own cost of service studies just for its own personal use? Do you know how, have you been involved in those processes of conducting embedded class cost of service studies for Big Rivers?
Yes.
Okay. Have you actually conducted those studies yourself?
Yes.
How do you allocate transmission expenses to and amongst the classes?
So in the cost of service study conducted as part of Big River's last rate case in 2013, the 2013 199 docket, and also again in the studies conducted in 2019 as part of the MRSM filing, in all of those studies, I allocated transmission cost to the rate classes on the basis of 12 coincident peak demands.
And just so we're clear, that's the demand of a particular class relative to other classes coincident with the overall system demand in each one of those 12 months.
That's correct. The sum of the monthly apportions of what you just said, yes.
Okay. The distinction between NCP and CP is merely one looks at a customer's demand, NCP, and the other looks at a customer's demand coincident with the system's peak. Is that correct?
The NCP looks at the customer's demand at its highest point whenever that occurs. And the CP is the customer's demand at the time that coincides with the G&T's peak.
Okay. So one is an absolute, looking at it on an absolute basis, what your demand is, highest demand. The other is your highest demand effectively relative or coincident with the system.
That's fair, yes.
Okay. So, okay. And do you know why, do you have an idea of why a tariff might, I mean, you're in the room as close to a tariff expert as we have here. Why a tariff might charge a customer, especially a large industrial customer like under the LIC, why it would charge the higher of either the contracted demand or the actual demand in a previous month?
Yes.
Why is that?
From a tariff, from a rate design standpoint, the large industrial customer, mostly due to its size, but also potentially due to the way it operates, imposes significant requirements on the utility in order to serve. So the capacity is ordinarily high, or the energy requirements are high, and so they require particular facilities, large facilities, to be constructed for both transmission and or production in order to serve that individual customer. And so a lot of the time it's just driven by the fact that they are large and they have significant requirements that have to be met, and the utility has to invest to meet those requirements. And so that utility would build a transmission grid or a power plant large enough to supply that customer's needs at the greatest point of those customers' needs. And so those NCP demands are reflective of how big, how large a system had to be developed, paid for, constructed in order to serve that individual customer. And so that, I think, is the basis for using the NCP as a billing demand, or a cost allocation demand, rather. I'm sorry, as a billing demand rather than a CP demand.
What's the fundamental purpose of an embedded class cost of service study?
Well, embedded cost of service study has several purposes. One of them would be to identify the actual cost to serve the various classes. Another might be to distinguish between the fixed cost to serve various classes versus the variable cost to serve various classes. Those are two. There are others.
Okay. And so, for purposes of identifying in your 2013 and your 2019 studies, is it wrong to say, or incorrect to say, that you all attempted to allocate transmission expenses, or as your term you used a second ago, actual cost of serving LIC customers, is their proportion of transmission expense at system peak?
So I think the way I would characterize it is you use the 12CP demand in these studies to allocate the transmission costs to the various classes, because those demands are representative of that class's share of the costs that Big Rivers incurs to build the necessary and maintain the necessary transmission. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but you use the 12CP instead of some other method because of the nature of the demand over the course of the year for all the customer classes.
Right. I guess I'm trying to have an appreciation for, if you're worried about folks paying their fair share of the system, which it sounds like that's the lay way of looking at an embedded class cost of service study, or at least one of the ways of looking at the reason for a class cost of service study. You're looking at the contribution, you're looking at a customer class and to a certain degree individual customers, use of the system. And with transmission, it sounds like you're most concerned with the use of the system each month at the system's highest demand in that month. Is that right?
So I don't know if I'm most concerned about that, but I use the 12CP approach for allocating the costs because, because FERC precedent in FERC hearings, which are commonly, is common in jurisdiction for transmission formula rates and other things that MISO or PJM, other transmission owners across state lines would use. There are certain tests that have been accepted by the Commission, by FERC, for establishing whether a 12CP is appropriate cost allocation method for transmission, or whether some other 1CP, 2CP, 4CP, something other than a 12CP is used. And it kind of comes down to the shape of the peak demands over the months of the year. If there's great volatility in that shape, then maybe something less than a 12CP would be more appropriate. But if the volatility between the highest month's demand, total maximum demand, and the lowest month's maximum demand is not that different, then a 12CP is deemed by the FERC to be more appropriate. And I applied those same rules for determining the method to allocate those costs for Big Rivers in its cost studies.
What you're saying is that if demand, in the sense of kind of like how we look at load factors, if it's relatively high, then peak demand is how do I say this? Somewhat related or reflective of the utilization of the assets throughout the rest of the time period. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the determination. Is it
Okay.
that or is it not? And that's
So-
why you perform these FERC tests.
So you've heard the testimony today by the first two witnesses. Have you heard folks reference this idea that people need to pay their portion of the system, of the cost to serve them?
Yes.
Okay, so walk me through any concern you may have between the allocation of an entire large industrial class of their, quote, portion, that's my quote, but their portion of the transmission cost based off their contribution to CP, and the recovery of that from them based off not of their demand coincident with the system's demand any given month or a particular time of the year, quarterly or annually, but of their demand, their non-coincident demand over the previous month.
So a few things there with my thinking on this. Number one, in the cost study, we used the 12 CP to allocate the costs to the various classes. Big Rivers only has two classes, the large industrial and the rurals. That's the first issue. So you don't have a lot of classes among which you're trying, or between which you're trying to distinguish. But number two is the actual rates that are established aren't cost-based rates. In other words, that $10.715 that you referenced earlier, dollars per kW, that's not the number that came out of my cost study, right? That's a different number that came out of the last rate case. And this is also very common. It's not unusual or unique to Big Rivers. So most utilities have rates that aren't explicitly or exactly cost-based. They might be moving to that over time, but the cost study will show a set of rates, and the current rates will differ from that, and ultimately you want them to match so that the utility is indifferent to customer consumption and whatnot, but they don't match. So today, in Big River's rates, you have some of the fixed cost of transmission and power supply baked into the variable charge. So that's another factor that I'll set aside, and that gets to my point, which is when you look at what individual consumers are paying in the rate design, it's never going to exactly match the true cost to serve because of these other factors. You only have the two rate classes. The rates are averaged out among the customers within the class. So if there's 10 large industrial customers on Big Rivers, those 10 will all have different amounts of consumption and different size and different usage and different peaks and different load patterns. But they're all going to pay the same rate because that's what we do in rate making. We average those rates out. And then on top of that, the rates that we're applying aren't cost-based. They're something that came out of the last rate case that may be based on the cost study and maybe moving towards cost-based rates, but they're not quite there. So there's always, my point, long story short, there's always going to be a kind of a disconnect between the true cost of serving customer number one and what customer number one is actually going to pay through the tariff.
Okay. So, this right here. A fair way to apportion transmission costs in an embedded class cost of service study is looking at the utilization or the demand of the transmission system coincident with monthly demands. But it has been determined or proposed or I guess approved by the commission to apportion those costs based not on contribution to system demand or demand coincident with system demand, but instead just demand, right?
Yes, that's very
Okay.
common.
And just to be very clear, what we're talking about when we say demand is we're talking about the actual taking out timing for a minute, the timing portion of energy metering. But what we're talking about is demand at the meter, right?
Yes, maximum usage.
Maximum usage. So when you do your class cost of service studies, do you go, well, this customer's actual usage of energy is, or actual use of demand is 70 megawatts? Or do you say they were metered for demand in a particular month, a class or individual customer, they were metered at a particular month at this demand? Do you care that the end use is something different than what runs through the meter when you did your embedded class cost of service studies in 2013 and 2019?
So I'm not sure if I understand what you mean when you say the end use is something that's different than what ran through the meter. I
Okay.
will say that I use coincident peak And I also use non-coincident peak because they're both used to develop different allocators that are used for different items in the cost study. But for transmission cost, I use the 12 coincident peak allocator.
Okay.
And otherwise, I'm not sure what the distinction between those two parameters you mentioned are.
Yeah. So, how do I say this? If, let's just use the context of a fictional customer who has behind the meter generation, okay? And so in 1 month, January, okay? We know what the system, we know when the, we got a, I hate to bring it up, we got like a Glasgow situation. We're expecting the peak for that month to come, okay? So we're all ready, let's just say that, I know this is not true, but we all know that the peak is gonna occur at a particular time, and it's gonna be noon on the 5th of January, okay?
Okay?
And that's gonna be the allocator for transmission and a subsequent cost of service study. And the customer has 50 megawatts of demand and no generation going, so it's just 50 megawatts of demand, and that's what they're pulling from the utility, okay, in January. All right?
Okay.
And the system peak was 500 megawatts, and their demand was 50 megawatts. So for purposes of that, they get, for the transmission, they get like 10% of the transmission for January, right? I know it's not exactly how it is, but
So-
we're just talking relative and proportional. That's their demand, and that's their aggregate generation.
I think I understand what you're saying, but it's not, it doesn't work that way in the cost study. I mean, the cost of service study takes historical data over a whole year. It takes it by month, but ultimately it rolls it up by year and comes up with an average embedded cost to serve. So what happens in that 1 month, it doesn't change every month. It's an annualized average rate.
Okay.
So to the extent that what you meant was to say this month they behave this way, that doesn't really affect how they get billed in that month. The cost study is annualized.
That's
So-
fine. But so you'll see where I'm going here. All right, so it's
Okay.
10% annual demand, or the demand of that month coincident, their demand coincident with the system. The next month, their demand is 50 they're using for industrial processes 50 megawatts, but they have a generator there on site that they own, that they're running, and so the meter is just stopped. I know, let's assume electromechanical meter, you open look at it, it's not increasing at all, it's just stopped, okay? In the hour that is the system peak in that month. So its demand at the time of the system peak in that month was 0 megawatts, and the system's was 450, okay? All right.
Okay?
And the next month, March, they are going all out. They're doing industrial processes, and their demand is 100 megawatts of demand at the time of the system peak. And they are running a generator, and it's at 50 megawatts. And so their demand from the utility in that, 30-minute, 15-minute, 1 hour, whatever they use as the time period, looks like 50 megawatts. That make sense?
Yes.
Okay. For the purposes of when you conduct a class cost of service study, an embedded class cost of service study, using a 12 CP allocation of transmission, the way you've done in the 2013 and in the 2013 rate case and the 2019 member rate stability mechanism filing, is there a difference for January and March? In the sense that system demand was 500 megawatts, and that customer's demand coming through the meter was 50 megawatts. Do you care whether the industrial processes that customer conducts took 50 megawatts or 100 megawatts in those 2 given months?
May I restate the question and you tell me if I'm getting it right?
Sure.
So is that the same as asking me if in the cost study, am I using the net? In other words, am I in the cost study for determining what my CP, or NCP for that matter, what my demands are? Are they net of the behind-the-meter generation or not? That's how I perceive your question to be equivalent
Yeah,
to that?
but is that different than what's going through the meter, is what's going through the meter what you're looking at when you're looking at a customer or a class's coincident demand? Or are you looking at what the end use demand is on the other side of the meter?
So I would have to check that because I've slept since then, but I think, my thought is that it would be the net of the behind-the-meter generation. So the smaller number would be the number I reflect. Now, I have to check that, but that's my initial reaction.
I mean, would you all even, I mean, do most utilities know if, know anything other than the metering and telemetry data?
So the
for
first reaction might-
facilities that you have?
Sorry, the first reaction might be, yeah, the utility only knows the net, but in the old days, that might have been true, but now there are meters that are more advanced and can measure both the amount of produced energy and the amount of total absorbed energy and the net. So it is possible that the utilities will know all of these parameters, and they may be separately metered too, so that's another possibility. But it is possible that they would know all of these, which wasn't always true, but I think it is today. I'm not an expert on that, that's just my understanding from talking to the people who are, but that's what I think.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm trying to make sure I have an appreciation for is when you're looking at making sure people are paying their fair share through an embedded class cost of service study, you're looking at a person's customers or customer classes demand from the utility, not what their personal consumption might be of energy, correct?
Yeah, I mean, if a customer has self-supply, then those two would differ, and I think it is correct what you're saying. I think it is correct, that the utility would be focused on what amounts of capacity energy they have to supply to the customer. So net of any customer self-supply. That's really, I think that kind of gets to the whole purpose of the standby service tariff, right? Is that there are times when the utility will have to provide more than they normally would under that net scenario. So yes, I think that's a long yes.
You've been around the industry for a while. I always say these things and then people get very offended that they think I'm calling them old and I'm not. But you did the class cost of service study, 11 years ago for the second Big Rivers rate case, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You've done this for a while. If Kimberly-Clark or if Domtar completely cease demand, right, like just close up shop, move, their contribution to fixed costs completely goes away, correct? I mean, you're getting no revenue from them. These are
Yes.
kind of truism kind of things, but if you're getting no revenue for them, there are no margins to contribute to pay for fixed costs, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and those fixed costs exist, the transmission, the generation, let's just use production and transmission, at least over some time period, those fixed costs continue to exist on the books subject to the recurring depreciation, correct?
Yeah, the investments have been made, the
Yep.
facilities have been constructed, they have to be paid for, so yes.
And they have to be paid for, and so rates then have to be reset for other customers to pay their new larger portion of those same fixed expenses, correct?
All else being equal, the utility would be inclined to reset the rates to adjust for that, yes.
Yeah, okay. Have you ever done an embedded class cost of service study that you're aware of that takes into account, for purposes of allocating fixed expenses, takes into account gross demand of a class or a customer as opposed to the net demand that runs through the meter?
I'm going to say I probably have. It's possible that I don't know. In other words, the utility provides me consumption information for their customers, and it's very possible that some of these self-supply customers aren't identified, and so it's unknown whether the billed demand or the energy consumption is net of some self-supply. So I'm going to say it's possible that I have. I haven't explicitly pointed out or made adjustments in a cost study to reflect those items. Unless there's a class that has a particular class or tariff set up for that, and then I would say yes.
I guess I'll ask it a different way, because the things you just wouldn't know if they're in, but have you ever done an embedded cost of service study where you've got the billing determinants, right, the historical billing determinants, and you've been asked, told, or chosen to add back someone's net generation, someone's behind the meter generation, for the
No, I
purposes of
haven't.
allocating expenses?
I have not
Okay.
experienced that.
Okay.
But then also, if I may, most of the cost of service studies that I conduct are for distribution cooperatives that, for which that kind of thing is relatively rare or occurs in very small proportions relative to the rest of their classes. So the effects of that kind of thing would be negligible on most of the studies that I perform.
Like every retail supplier in Kentucky has some customer that is producing energy at some given time behind the meter. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. You would know better
Well,
than I.
you're aware of the cooperatives. I mean, all the cooperatives have thousands, tens of thousands of retail customers. Every one of them has at least one net metering customer. Let's just assume every one of them has one net metering customer.
Okay.
Let me ask this one. Are you aware of any cooperatives that you've worked with that do not have a net metering customer, for instance?
No, but I haven't worked with them all.
Okay, but the ones you've
Not
worked
yet.
with. Let's just use the ones you've worked with for a second. Have you ever been asked to add back?
No.
Yeah. Okay. It's just taking the billing determinants as they are.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Counsel?
No questions.
Anything else for this witness?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Wolfram.
Thank you.
Mr. Depp, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes. Big River's called Chris Bradley.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and business address for the record.
Chris Bradley, 710 West 2nd Street, Owensboro, Kentucky.
Mr. Depp?
Afternoon, Mr. Bradley. What's your title with Big Rivers?
Vice President of System Operations.
Okay, and I don't believe you filed any testimony in this case, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you sponsor data request responses in this case?
I did.
And if you were asked those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
Witnesses available?
Counsel?
No questions.
No questions.
Questions for Sean? I have no questions for Ms. Bradley. Thank you. Is there anything else, Mr. Depp, for your direct?
That closes our direct. Thank you. I do wonder, Mr. Chairman, if it might be possible if Mr. Berry could be excused at this point.
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
I guess we'll just start with Kimberly Clark. So, Ms. Bruce, Mr. Danford.
Actually, if it pleases your honors, we've discussed with Domtar that they had some witness availability issues this afternoon, so we will defer for Domtar to go first, if that is acceptable.
That'll be fine. Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you. We'll call Mr. Barry.
And your second witness will be witness Huitt, correct?
Correct, yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barron. Please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Stephen Barron. My business address is J. Kennedy and Associates Inc., 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
Okay. Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Barron, speak up. Did you file direct answer rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you have any corrections or additions to make to that testimony?
You'll have to speak up.
Do you have
See
any?
how much nicer that he is than you are, Mr. Kurtz?
For all the parties, I'm having some issues because I have some hearing issues and with the.
We will speak up.
Okay.
We ordinarily have a program to help with that, but for some reason it's unavailable today.
All right, I'm sorry.
Mr. Kurtz, do you have any corrections or additions to?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. If I were to ask you the same questions, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I tend to the witness for cross.
Counsel?
No questions to this witness.
I'm not gonna give you an opportunity to ask questions. No questions. You have any questions? Okay, I just have one line, Mr. Barron. I just, fundamentally, are there differences between PJM as an RTO and their market rules? And this is, if you're aware, PJM and their market rules, and MISO and their market rules, that materially impact whether or not a structure that looks like Duke Kentucky's GSS would be inapplicable or need to be amended to be applied to Big Rivers?
Not that I'm aware of. I've actually spent more time on PJM issues in Kentucky and other jurisdictions, but to the best of my knowledge, there would be no structural differences in the way the RTOs are operated or the tariffs. Obviously, the language is different. There's obviously different provisions, but that would affect the application of the Duke GSS tariff structure to Big Rivers being a MISO member.
Okay. Mr. Kurtz, is
No redirect. Okay.
there any objection to excusing Mr. Barron for the remainder of the hearing?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz? You have to
Oh,
call Mr. Hewitt?
Mr. Hewitt, yes, thank you.
Make a little pile there. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and business address for the record.
Murray Huitt, 58 West Core Avenue, Hodgesville, Kentucky, 42348.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hewitt, what is your position at Domtar?
I'm the general manager of the mill. Been there for three years.
And what does that mean, general manager?
I guess I'm the top person at the mill.
Okay. Did you file direct testimony in this case?
I did.
Any changes or corrections to your
Yes, sir.
testimony?
Yes, sir.
If I were to ask you the same questions, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Your Honor, I tend to the witness for cross.
Counsel?
No questions for Mr. Hewitt.
Staff counsel?
Yes, I actually just have a couple questions. If you need me to repeat any of these questions, if you have any trouble hearing, just let me know. Do you have your testimony in front of you?
I do.
Okay. Can you refer to pages, let me see, 9 and 10 of your adopted testimony?
Maybe you can just kind of give me the line number, if you don't mind.
Let me see here.
This might be my fault. Is that the red line version?
That might be the red line version. Let me pull up the clean version. I don't know which section you have. Looking specifically at the section where you discussed the 17.8% rate increase that amounts to over $2.5 million per year in additional costs that significantly impact Domtar's operations.
Yes, I've got it.
You have that section?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you happen to also have the direct testimony of Stephen Barron? Have you reviewed that at all?
I've read it.
Okay. Do you have that available?
I do.
Can you pull up page 22, table 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Just let me know when you get there.
I'm there.
Do you see the 17.8% is a 5-year average of annual charges based on Big River's proposal and Domtar's recommendation?
I do.
Do you also see how for the 2022 year, there's actually a percentage decrease for Domtar's contract?
I do.
Okay. Hypothetically, if Domtar were to keep its outage rate at or below its current level, can you confirm that Domtar would not experience any or minimal impact to its service operations?
I don't know that I can confirm that. I think it's based on, obviously, a number of factors involved there. But, I mean, I think not fully understanding how the rate works, I guess. Yeah.
And then having reviewed Barron's testimony in the table that I've referred you to, can you explain how and why the trend in the decrease of Domtar's rates would still negatively impact Domtar's operations?
Current year, it doesn't impact, it wouldn't impact the mill, I guess, at this point, based on what I'm reading. There's other factors obviously involved in gas pricing and things like that too.
Staff has no further questions.
Good afternoon. Do you know whether or not Domtar receives credits under the member rate stability mechanism line item?
I'm not sure what that is.
Do you sign the proverbial check for Domtar's power bill?
I do.
I assume it's not a physical check anymore?
No.
Yeah, that's right.
I approve,
Which
I
ironically-
approve the invoice every
Yeah,
month.
ironically, you would probably prefer it to be a physical paper check, but digitization being what it is, yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah.
Do you know whether or not, well, okay, it's just a fact. Thank you, Mr. Huitt. Do you have any redirect, Mr. Kurtz?
I just wanted a little bit, Your Honor. Mr. Huitt, do you have that Barron exhibit on page 22 in front of you still?
I do.
Do you see how the Duke Energy Kentucky rate applied to Domtar would range from a rate decrease of 4.6% to a rate increase of 41.5%?
I do see that.
Okay, and that's comparing it to the current Domtar contract, the far left column, correct?
That's correct.
So in 2020, you paid Big Rivers 11.277 million, and in 2022, you paid Big Rivers 20,044,000, correct?
That's correct.
And that's based on a number of factors, including Big Rivers' cost, your firm nomination, the market price for power, and a number of factors.
That's correct.
Okay. Is it your belief that under the Duke Energy Kentucky methodology, Domtar would still pay a rate increase compared to status quo current?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Huitt. Is there anything else for Domtar?
No.
So I'll just go ahead and let you know, Mr. Depp, we're gonna have a poster and data request.
Okay.
Taking, and take notes. So taking, and you'll get this in writing, but let the busy bees get to work, I guess. Taking the intervener's assertions at face value. So for instance, what used to be Thomas is now Hewitt's testimony in relation to Mr. Barron's proposal, let's just say hypothetically, the Duke proposal or the DEK tariff as applied to Domtar will result in a $2.5 million increase in their rates that they pay, right? That is arguably a contribution to margins, blah, 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 blah. If that's the case, and 2.5 is the correct number, we're going to ask as a post-hearing data request for Big Rivers and Kenergy to calculate what that contribution to margins would be, how that would be reflected through all else equal, the member rate stability mechanism, and what that would equate to as credit back to, and I'm using for illustrative purposes this example Domtar, but also Kimberly-Clark, what it would result in a credit back to either or both Kimberly-Clark and Domtar as a positive contribution to margins, an increase in the member rate stability mechanism, an allocation amongst rural and industrial classes, that they're going to pay more, but they're also going to get some credit back. I'd like to know how much that is. Does that make sense?
I think so, yes. It will help to see that in writing.
Yes. Okay. All right, nothing else for Domtar, Mr. Kurtz?
Correct, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Bruce?
Thank you, Your Honor. Kimberly-Clark would like to call Timothy Hotaling to the stand.
While we're doing that, just want to make sure, did I see, and I meant to check before we started at lunch again. I know that Mr. Moore entered a withdrawal. Did Mr. Hopgood enter one as well in this case?
I'm not aware of one.
Okay. Do you know whether, at least informally, he's withdrawn from this case?
Yes.
Yes. I guess, are you
I
still
am Mr.
conferring with him?
Hopgood today,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, I have talked with
Do
him.
you mind to at least provide some sort of notice so that we keep things clean that,
Happy to do that.
Mr. Hopgood has also made a withdrawal?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Excuse me. My name is Tim Honagle. My business address is 601 Innovative Way, Owensboro, Kentucky.
Ms. First.
Thank you. Mr. Honagle, what is your title at Kimberly-Clark?
I'm an engineering technical leader.
Thank you. Did you cause to be filed into the record in this proceeding testimony and responses to data requests?
I did.
And did you also cause to be filed into the record of this proceeding any revisions to your testimony?
I did.
Do you have any further changes or modifications to that testimony today?
Yes, there was one last change that we did file.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't know if you'd like to stay on the record for this, but we do have a slight update to the exhibit attached to Mr. Honagle's testimony. It's filed under confidential seal.
Okay.
I'm happy to provide copies.
No, that's okay. So we will, yes, but, all right, we will go on the confidential record.
embedded within your testimony today, would you have the same answers?
Yes, I would.
Would you adopt that testimony in the revised exhibit as your testimony today?
I couldn't hear the last question.
Do you adopt the testimony as revised as your testimony here today?
Yes.
Thank you. Kimberly Clark tenders Mr. Honatel for cross-examination.
And I would apologize, I have the same problem as the other gentleman. I have a little bit of trouble hearing, so if you could.
We will speak up. Counsel, do you have any cross-examination of this witness?
No, sir.
Counsel?
Yes, sir. Hi, have just a couple questions for you, Mr. Honatel, and if you have trouble hearing me, let me know. I'll try to speak as loud as I can for you. I know I
Yeah,
got you
just a little
all the way
more.
across the room. All right. If you could refer to page 2 of your testimony.
Okay,
I believe we're going to be looking at line 18 through 21.
okay.
You mentioned that the pilot licks tariff increased overall electricity costs at the Owensboro facility. In a post-hearing data request, would you be able to provide specific financial data or examples that illustrate the scale of those cost increases?
I could. Would that be confidential?
We will take appropriate protections as necessary.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also, if you could refer to page 9 of your testimony. You mentioned the first through-the-meter principle applied in the licks unfairly charges Kimberly-Clark for backup power. Can you give a little more detail about how the billing mechanism works and why it's disadvantageous to Kimberly-Clark?
Yeah, and let's see, what line was that on, page 9?
Let's see.
10, line 10?
Believe so.
Looks like line 10.
Yes.
Yeah, so the idea there is, and I think it'd be easiest if I gave just kind of a running example to try to keep it simple. Suppose we're running our full number of megawatts in the facility. I'll throw out a number 32, okay? And suppose that our generator can generate maybe 14 megawatts. And so that would mean that we would be receiving supplemental power of about 18 megawatts to make up the difference. And if we have units in our manufacturing facility that shut down, then the first thing that happens is we start to, seeing that we're supposed to continue to try to run our self-supply capacity, we will start to back down the power that we're pulling from big rivers because we're not using that load anymore. Manufacturing assets shut down. When we shut down enough manufacturing assets, sometimes our load gets below 14 megawatts. And so when it does, we have an agreement with Big Rivers that we won't reverse power to the grid. So our choice is to start to back down our generator and not generate our full self-supply capacity. So once our load gets down to a level, let's say where we're about to reverse power with Big Rivers, let's say it's half a megawatt, and we still are generating too much power. You know, the mill might be using 12 megawatts at this point. And so they're picking up half of it, but we got to get down to 11 and a half, not 14. And so we can't generate our self-supply capacity at that point. But the first power through the meter provision of the LICSS tariff, pilot tariff, says that is backup or maintenance power. I'm a little confused about which that would be. But anyway, so we went from paying 18 megawatts of supplemental energy power at the LIC rate to seeing that the first power through the meter, once we're not generating our self-supply capacity, we would switch to the backup or maintenance power amount. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you so much.
And that's my understanding of how that works.
Okay. That's all we have.
Question? Can you redirect, Ms. Bruce?
Just a few. In terms of, we've had some conversations here today about reach out from Big Rivers and Kenergy to Kimberly-Clark after the, between the time period of the issuance of the order in, of March of 2022 and the September 1 filing. Are you aware of any contact from Big Rivers to Kimberly-Clark during that time period?
I am not aware.
Are you aware of any outreach from Kenergy?
I am not aware.
Okay.
Or I don't recall.
Have you had, are you currently being served under the pilot tariff right now?
Yes, the LICSF pilot tariff.
Have you had any issues with the administration of the pilot tariff during the time period?
Yes. Yeah.
Would you like to address that?
Pardon me?
Could you please address that?
You know, in the beginning, I think everybody was trying to get used to, you know, this pilot tariff, and we were trying to track how much maintenance and backup power we thought we were using and supplemental power, and Big Rivers was doing the same, and there was a discrepancy that we had found, and we contacted Big Rivers, and they were open and honest with their records to show how they calculated the amount that was billed, and we showed our records of how, you know, we were running at the time. But there was a point where our circuit breaker was open to Big Rivers. We did a maintenance down, but there was a charge, you know, for using power during that time. But they instantly recognized it and rectified the problem and gave us a credit.
Okay, thank you. We have nothing further, Chairman and Commissioners.
Is there any reason this witness can't be excused? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Bruce, let's call your next witness.
I actually will call Mr. Weissar to take my place.
As long as you're not calling him to testify.
Oh, please. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kimberly-Clark calls to stand Larry Blank.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Larry Blank. My business address is 6061 Montgomery Road, Midlothian, Texas.
Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blank, Kimberly-Clark filed direct testimony that was prepared by you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also responded to discovery from Big Rivers, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to either the testimony or your discovery responses?
No, I have no corrections.
And if we asked you the same questions today as were asked in that discovery and in those discovery responses, or discovery, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Blank. Mr. Blank's available.
Counsel, any questions? Questions. Any questions, Mr. Blank?
No questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blank. You may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I've always wondered, Mr. Weissar, whether it's worse to be a witness and be called in and travel all that way and have no questions, or to travel all that way and have a whole day's of questions.
Please ask him one question.
No. I think being on the stand for a day would definitely be worse. All right. Judge, call your last witness.
Yes, thank you. Kimberly-Clark calls Miss Jamie Scrips.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Jamie Scrips. My address is 103 East 5th Street, Northport, Michigan, 49670.
Mr. Russler?
Yes, Ms. Scrips, did you prepare rebuttal testimony for filing in this case?
I did, yes.
And if I were to ask you those questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would be, yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to that testimony?
No,
And am I correct that you received no discovery from Big Rivers?
that's correct.
Thank you. Witnesses available?
Counsel?
No questions, Your Honor.
Counsel?
We have no questions from Scripps here.
I don't have any questions for either, Ms. Scripps. Thank you for coming. Anything else from Kimberly Clark?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Great. All right, anything else from any of the other parties regarding evidence? All right, so we will have post-hearing data request. Mr. Kurtz, you didn't have any post-hearing data requests today, is that correct? Correct. Same for Kimberly Clark, right? Correct. Okay. We will go ahead and have any questions at all. It is
I believe we have Friday.
Wednesday? What's that?
Today's one. Yeah, I believe we have one set for Friday.
This whole week's going together. Can you all have them done by Friday?
We can.
All right, so we will enter a post-hearing procedural schedule, issuing post-hearing data request by this Friday. 14 days to respond to those would put us to the 17th of May. So we'll enter a post-hearing procedural schedule that all post-hearing data requests be issued by the 3rd, to be responded to by the 17th. I assume everyone would like to do some sort of post-hearing briefing?
Yes.
Okay. Do people have preferences on whether the applicant, well, I'll just ask you as the applicant, do you have a preference on whether doing simultaneous initial and simultaneously response, or to do an initial, a response, and a reply? Not you do a response, but you do an initial, interveners do a response, and you do a reply. Do you have a preference?
Not strong. I think the simultaneous brief, response brief approach has worked in the past. It probably works well.
Gives you more time to do the initial brief. So, all right. What is the? I have it. Never mind. I think I have it. The statutory date in this case is July the 1st. We have less time because we pushed the hearing back effectively a month. How about initial briefs? Let me just ask this outstanding question. How much time would all the parties like, and so we'll do initial briefing and response brief to it, and then that will close. How much time would the parties ideally like to have in order to conduct the response briefs following the initial briefing? That's what matters the most.
I think ideally a couple of weeks.
2 weeks sounds reasonable.
That's 2 weeks would be fine.
So if you all need that much time,
Or shorter, if it pleases the commission.
That's fine.
then initial briefs on the 24th and response briefs on the 7th of June.
Could we, in light of the IRP hearing that we have for Big Rivers on the 22nd, perhaps look at the initial brief the 31st, and then a follow-up brief on the 7th or thereabouts?
That's a
Or
week.
10 days later?
Well, that's not 10 days later, it's 7 days
Right,
later.
no, right, 7 or 10 days later. 7th or the 12th?
I can do the 29th and the 7th. How about that?
Okay. That'll work.
Anybody have concerns with that? Initial brief on the 29th, response on the 7th.
That works.
There are no objections? All right. So that's the 3rd, the 17th, the 29th. And it'll be submitted, so the 7th be submitted at 12:01 on the 8th of June. No objections?
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.